Good evening. I would like to call this March 5th, 2024 School Board regular meeting to order. The time is now 6 p.m. The school board would like to take a moment to respectfully acknowledge that we are residing on the traditional lands of the Dene people. Our mission is to provide an excellent, equitable education and a safe, supportive environment so that all students will succeed and contribute to a diverse and changing society. Ms. Maple, would you please lead us in the pledge? Ms. Richardson, would you please call the roll?
Colonel Alvarado.
Here.
Colonel Cole is excused. Mr. Lopez is excused. Mr. Burgess.
Here.
Mrs. Burnett is on Zoom.
I'm here.
Thank you. Mr. Dorn's excused. Miss Maple.
Here.
Miss Marati.
Here.
Mrs. Sanderson is excused. Mrs. Hardy.
Here.
Thank you. The board has a quorum.
Next, we will be entertained by the students of the Falcon Choir from University Park School, combined with members of the All-City Honors Choir with students from Barnett, Ann Ween, Wood River, and Tickasuk Brown. They will perform for the board under the direction of Ann Kettle, the University Park music teacher.
I am Ann Kettle, and it is my pleasure to be here with students from Barnett, Tickasuk Brown, Ann Ween, Wood River, University Park, and Immaculate Conception. I'm so sorry we missed you on the email. So we are here representing not only our home schools, but the whole honor choir for Music in Our Schools Month. March is Music in Our Schools Month. We want to say thank you to this board for being so supportive of music in all of our schools through all the levels. And these students had a wonderful performance at Herring Auditorium last night. And we are here to share two songs with you. The first is a song called The Ghost Ship from Aladdin at Sea, and it will be directed by one of our student interns from UAF, Miss Ariana Lopez, who is interning at Wood River this semester. And we're so excited to have future music teachers coming up and training in our schools. And our second song is Salam Alaikum, a North African, West African folk song. Barnett, Melanie Vianna from Tickasick Brown, Jennifer Gilbert from Anween, Wendy Adams from Wood River, and Jessica Anderson from ICS.
That is one very hard act to follow. Thank you so much. That was phenomenal. Next on the agenda, we have our recognition of our ESP of the month. Miss Rachel Nauman, Tannenall Middle School Safety Assistant, will be recognized as the ESP of the month for March 2024. Heather Johnson, got both in there, Tannenall Middle School Principal, will make the presentation. Middle high. Almost tripped me up.
Middle high.
Middle high.
It's a test.
Oh, those are pretty.
Good evening. I have yet to read this without crying. So I nominated Rachel for this award for many reasons, but first I want to tell you why she deserves it. On September 20th at 7:36 a.m., I hear a call come in over the radio. It was Rachel shouting for us to call 911. Our worst fear as educators became a reality. That morning, a student had been hit by a vehicle crossing the street on their way to school. As I was on the phone with EMS, I could hear Rachel over the radio calmly and efficiently rerouting buses, stopping traffic coming off base, and directing staff on where to go and what to do. When I made it outside, the site looked like something our staff had practiced numerous times, even though none of us had ever experienced anything like that before. It was at that moment that I knew that Rachel was more valuable than any words or awards could express. Now, when Rachel is not literally saving students' lives and taking over as garrison commander of Fort Wayne, right? She is found patrolling our halls, engaging positively with our students, hiding candy canes during the holidays, and this year ensuring that Tanana's elf on the shelf stayed out of trouble. But that's not all. Rachel successfully reinstated a cheerleading squad at Tanana after a hiatus of nearly 3 decades. When students learned that she was to be one of the coaches, we had 52 girls show up for tryouts. But wait, there's more. Rachel is also our wrestling mat manager and just helped coordinate Tanana's State Invitational Wrestling Tournament, hosting 53 schools from all over Alaska. Rachel also coaches Tanana's girls soccer team, while simultaneously ensuring the safety of and well-being of our students and staff. All of us at Tanana Middle School want to thank Ms. Nauman for her invaluable contributions and unwavering commitment to our entire school community. Okay, so you get this. Okay, I'll take these, and you're gonna go down and get to shake everyone's hand.
The next item on the agenda is the adoption of the agenda. Consent agenda items marked with an asterisk are considered routine items not requiring public discussion by the school board. Unless removed from the consent agenda, asterisk items will be automatically approved when the agenda is adopted. Questions concerning these items should be directed to the administration before the meeting. May I have a motion?
Move to adopt the agenda with consent items.
Second?
Ms. Richardson, would you please call the vote?
Mrs. Burnett,
Yes.
I missed Colonel Alvarado.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Maple,
Yes.
Mr. Burgess,
Yes?
Ms. Marati,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy.
Yes.
Thank you, motion carried.
The next item on our agenda is public comments on non-report or report and non-agenda items. During this section of the agenda, the school board welcomes public comment on non-agenda topics. This time is an opportunity for the community members to be heard. The board will make note of topics, though no official action will be taken. Topics may be referred to the administration for further research and future potential action. Board members will not be responding to comments or questions made by the public, but may ask questions of the speaker for clarifying purposes only. Concerned citizens should initially discuss matters with the superintendent or designee first. After the superintendent or designee has heard the concerns, then it may be brought to the board. Individual students and district personnel may not be discussed in public testimony. Please contact the district office and route concerns about individual students or district personnel through the appropriate channels. Members of the public will be given opportunity to speak on agenda items at the time the item is introduced for action and/or discussion. Once the agenda is published, testifiers should email or call the school board office by 4 p.m. on the day of the meeting to sign up for public testimony. Those who have signed up in advance will be called upon first, and if time remains, anyone else who is in person will be invited to testify until the 1-hour time limit has been reached. Public testimony will be heard from citizens in the order in which it has been signed up. A sign-up sheet is available in the boardroom prior to the start of the meeting for those who have not already signed up in advance. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes each and should provide their first name, spell their last name, and state their area of residence. We already have over 2 hours of public testimony signed up, so just so everyone knows, it is our intent to, just like last time, allow public testimony to go as long as it needs to go. We're suspending the 1 hour time limit and, sorry, regaining my composure. We're not trying to rush anyone. We have a purposely light agenda because we expected that there would be a lot of public testimony. So with that all being said, our first person signed up is Ms. April Smith.
Thank you. My name is April Smith, S-M-I-T-H. I live in North Pole. I'm here to say some hard things. I'm used to doing that in this room. Just last night, Ms. Hardy said that she had sat in the public during the last school closures and admits now how different it is being in the governance seat. It is so different being in the governance seat. I heard a friend of all of yours come and testify that he voted for you for your kindness. You did not get elected to be kind. You got elected because the community felt, for some crazy reason, you would be good leaders. And good leaders lead. They listen, and a reminder that listening means being open and allowing space. It doesn't mean doing what the loudest people demand. Leaders lead, board members. You are elected leaders. When you are elected to govern for long-term student outcomes-focused governance, not kindness, not emotional blackmail, and not to kick the can, if I have to hear that one more time. You were not elected to kick the can. You were elected to act like an adult and make hard choices that the community may not be willing to hear, but that they need. I know that you all are capable of adult behavior. Most of you are or were professionals and leaders in your workplace. And at this time, this is your work, and you may not kick the can. You must do the adult difficult work of right-sizing this district, and in doing so, preserving our ability to keep class sizes moderate now and for the future. This is not just about today. If it were, you could kick the can. This is about long-term planning, the long-term health and efficiency of our district. You are responsible for this decision. You. As a matter of fact, the kindest thing you can do for the community is to close schools in this budget cycle and not kick the can and start the heartache all over next year when you're in the same exact spot. Mr. DeGraw said last night that the Nordale closure is profiting the general fund and providing better educational outcomes for a variety of students throughout the district. I'm pretty sure most, if not all, of you were against that closure. But with all the information and all of the long-term responsibility, the board I was on made that decision, and it has shown to be the correct decision. And this decision is the correct one too. Once again, I have been in your shoes and I have felt the pressure. I've listened to testimony and been disappointed in the series of failures at all levels that led me to that difficult position. Do not continue to be one of the levels of failure. Vote with your adult, professional, well-informed minds and not rampant emotion. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Ms. Shauna Henderson.
Can you hear me okay? Great. My name is Shauna Henderson, Henderson. I'm from Fairbanks, Alaska, Goldstream Valley. I'm the principal of Pearl Creek. Good evening. Again, thank you for providing me the opportunity to advocate for the future of Pearl Creek Elementary and its service to the Fairbanks community. While listening to the Governor Dunleavy's press conference addressing the education bill on February 27th, what resonated with me was his desire to replicate what charter schools are doing well. I'd like to highlight the similarities that exist between Governor Dunleavy's points regarding charter schools and the experience of students, families, and staff at Pearl Creek Elementary. In particular, he spoke about the high levels of parent involvement and high achievement scores. At Pearl Creek Elementary, we have an engaged parent-teacher association, providing support to students, staff, and families. The PTA supports students by organizing book giveaways, leading STEM nights, and facilitating the science fair. They support teachers by offering mini grants where teachers can use funds to support classroom projects. They also provide monthly staff luncheons and offer words of encouragement and kindness when needed. In addition, the PTA has been instrumental in connecting families with resources in our community, such as a parent information night regarding appropriate parameters for technology and advocacy on a local and state level for school funding. Pearl Creek would not be as inspired, compassionate, or involved if it weren't for this dedicated group of families that support the school. Although these parents could potentially advocate at other schools, this is their home base. This is their community, and this is where they're making a difference. Governor Dunleavy also mentioned the rich learning opportunities and high achievement scores cited in the Harvard study he regularly references. Similarly, at Pearl Creek, our connection and collaboration with families achieves academic success, as well as we have been continuously considered a top-performing school. Pearl Creek would love the opportunity to continue our mission while adapting and being flexible to the changing landscape of education. We would love to have the opportunity to become a focus or a magnet school. This idea would allow us to retain our neighborhood school population while also opening the doors to 100 more lottery students. We could focus on STEM activities and partner with UAF to create an early North Star college-bound program or language immersion program. The opportunities are endless. Please take this opportunity to recognize what makes Pearl Creek a unique learning environment. Rather than close our doors, allow Pearl Creek Elementary to continue to thrive and adapt despite these budget constraints. As always, thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Judith, and I know you taught me to say it last time, Greneau? Yes.
Hi, I'm Judith Gruneau, G-R-U-N-A-U, and I'm from Goldstream Valley, Fairbanks, Alaska. Thank you again for this opportunity. When my eldest approached school age, we eagerly applied to various charter schools in our area, thankful for the diverse educational options available. Successfully securing a spot through the lottery system, we weighed the decision against our well-reputed local school, Pearl Creek, which had excellent test scores, enthusiastic teachers, a community garden, ski trails, a dedicated principal, bus service, Thrive childcare, and a community of engaged parents. Opting for the latter, the enriching community support and opportunities Pearl Creek offered affirmed our choice. In 2020, I found myself unemployed. So when the COVID-19 pandemic struck, I took advantage of the unforeseen opportunity to homeschool my children and registered them for BEST. Grateful for the experience, I appreciated the support the district provided for homeschooling. However, in 2021, a job opportunity compelled me to return my children to public school. These experiences have enabled me to reflect on my privilege to even consider a charter school or the luxury of being able to stay home to participate in homeschooling. I realize that many parents, particularly those at or below the poverty line, lack the flexibility or resources for such options. Feeling blessed, I acknowledge the disparities in educational access and the incredible duty we have as citizens of Fairbanks to fund the brick and mortar public schools that can provide a fantastic education for all children. I am in favor of the borough raising the tax cap and believe it is the broader community's responsibility to ensure equitable education opportunities for all. As the school board seeks solutions to the budget deficit, closing schools would quickly reduce the deficit, but it is more challenging to go through the tedious process of cutting little amounts out of many things. I know that the school board is attempting this, but I challenge them, parents, and teachers to make harder sacrifices, whether it is in fewer supplies, an increase to the PTR, or a shorter school year. Parents, we need to voice what we are willing to contribute. Are we willing to pay for more school supplies, engage in more fundraisers, and support our schools in other ways? I am. Additionally, the school district needs to take a second look at our CIP projects, reevaluate the necessity of the maintenance it addresses, and see if we can find other solutions and sources of funding. Are there grants available for repairs, such as the DOE grant that Ann Ween was awarded? It shouldn't be the families, students, and teachers of a closed school that make the sacrifice for all of us. Lastly, it is vital that the state increases the BSA to at least $680. It would alleviate many concerns and keep schools open. The governor's proposed reforms may inadvertently limit opportunities for
That's
underprivileged
time.
rural children.
Sorry. I have to apply the rules.
I know.
To everyone.
Keep Pearl Creek open.
All right,
Thank you.
and I'm not seeing any questions. Next, we have Diana Leinenberger. Hoping I did it right.
Hello, my name is Diana Leinberger, Leinberger. I live in the Goldstream Valley and my daughter goes to Pearl Creek. I'm not here this evening to tell you how amazing Pearl Creek is or why closing schools or increasing class sizes is not good for the long-term solution, in my opinion. I'm here today to express my frustration with this process. Less than a month ago, on February 7th, I received an email from the district about the budget and how there would be an increase in class sizes and school closures. I was alarmed by this and it motivated me to get involved. On February 10th, I attended a town hall about SB 140. On February 15th, I attended and testified at the Borough Assembly meeting to encourage approval of the ordinance to put to the voters a tax cap revision to fund education. The following day, on the 16th, I got the email that Pearl Creek was being considered for closure. On February 20th, I attended the school board here and expressed my opposition to any school closures and an increase in class sizes, understanding the realities of a $29 million deficit. At that meeting, I was looking for possible short-term solutions, such as the borough's additional $13 million. I advocated for an increase of the BSA when the House was considering SB 140. I wrote all my representatives, even my own, who lives in Toke. I emailed Senate Finance and sent in testimony. I emailed and called the governor's office asking for mercy. On the 27th, I participated in the March for Education and I attended the community forum. Some questions were answered during the forum, but what kept being emphasized was that it was an opportunity for us to provide input, which I appreciate, but I can't provide input because I still don't understand all the information. And I struggle to find and keep up with the information. The budget document's 374 pages and mostly says what's getting paid for. I've been told the work sessions are very informative, but I can't attend meetings on Mondays, so I'm trying to go through 13 hours of recorded meetings to get information. Yesterday, I was informed that there are redistricting scenarios that are being considered. I couldn't find them, though I later learned that they're located with the board agenda. I tried to find them before this meeting and I couldn't. I tried to find the calculator tool today, but I couldn't find it, so I finally Googled it and got the URL through the Daily News Miner. I did get an email with the link, but I since don't have that email. I don't know where the documents are to determine which schools would be closed. I emailed an assembly member to get a better understanding of the $13 million that I thought was available this one time, but I'm more confused after receiving a response. While I appreciate all the efforts to communicate with us, I really do, the forums, the recorded work sessions, and opportunity to comment at school board meetings and work sessions, the email communications that I get from the district, and the websites, none of them offer an opportunity to get questions answered directly. I'm 27 days into this effort. I started out motivated, but at this time, I am tired and frustrated. I understand the board and district are trying to find a sustainable way forward, but 30 days is not enough time for the community to sort through this. I think it's unrealistic for us to be able to provide meaningful and helpful input on these complex issues and decisions in less than 30 days. I'm asking that you please submit a budget to the Assembly that assumes a best-case scenario instead of a worst-case scenario, $13 million one-time funding, and hopefully a 680 BSA. And then, if we don't get everything we need, you adjust the budget in June to match the funding levels. That gives us more time to digest all this information and look and participate in the borough budget process. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thanks.
Next on Zoom, we have Adam Freeberg.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. My name's Adam Freeberg, F-R-E-E-B-U-R-G. I live in the Spring Glade subdivision, and I'm a Pearl Creek parent. I testify tonight to express my support for the proposition to increase the borough tax cap and for Senate Bill 140 to be signed into law. A statement from the governor that claims SB 140, quote, appears to do the same thing we have done for decades, just spend more money. This statement is disingenuous at best and gaslighting at worst. The 2024 base student allocation is a mere $280 more than it was in 2014. Inflation calculators from the Bureau of Labor Statistics show that just to keep up with inflation, the 2024 BSA would have needed to be over $1,500 more than was provided in 2024. Looking at district budgets through time, funds spent on instruction for the 2014-2015 school year were more than $8,800 per student. Instruction dollars per student for last year totaled $5,933.13. This is a loss of almost $2,000 per student in 9 years, with available funds clearly outpacing the declining enrollment in the district. I'll quote from the governor's statement again. We can't do the same thing over and over again and expect different results. I agree. Failure to adequately fund schools again and again and again has not improved educational results. So let's try funding education. I expect the governor to sign a bill, and if not, I expect our legislators to support this bill that is broadly bipartisan and sorely needed, and to override a veto if required. I support the increase in the borough tax cap. Materials available on the borough website explain this much better than I can. I do note that mill rates lower than any year since 1987 shows that this ask is not extraordinary. On the contrary, borough support of education in the face of decreasing state contributions reinforces that this community is willing to invest in its future and my family's future. Lastly, I want to thank the school board and the administration for their diligent efforts for listening to our input and doing their best, the funding situation over which they have no direct control. However, echoing the last testimony, I would ask that once this immediate crisis is resolved, that the board and district continue to work with community on long-term planning. The last time schools were closed, a timeline for feedback was short. The ability for public or members of the working group to assist with or create their own analyses was much degraded or impossible. It seems like very little was learned from that exercise. We have rubrics for school closings that are different than last time with seemingly conflicting objectives. I understand that there have been changes in the administration and the school board, but I'm still left feeling jerked around. It's clear that between funding and declining enrollment and population, change has to occur. But the school closure report doesn't provide adequate data to support a complicated matrix of considerations. A long-term plan would face this head on, provide ample analysis and ample time for the community to digest and provide feedback. I'm willing to work to make this community into what I hope it to be, and I know you are too. Thanks for your help.
We have a question for you, Mr. Freeberg. Mr. Burgess.
Yes.
It's almost more of a request than a question, but if you haven't already, will you provide that testimony to the state and the borough?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next in the room, we have Katie Dillon.
Good evening. Name is Katie Dillon, D-I-L-L-O-N, and I reside in Fairbanks area off Farmers Loop. I have the privilege of having 3 children who attend Pearl Creek Elementary, and as a parent, I think it's safe to say we all want the same thing, to provide opportunities for our children to excel and thrive to the best of their abilities. Pearl Creek Elementary is this opportunity for my children in Fairbanks. While I'm sure that all the schools in the district have qualities that make them unique, I'm here to specifically advocate for the qualities that make Pearl Creek exceptional and the need to keep its doors open. I have personally witnessed the staff handle the challenges of decreased funding by absorbing extra responsibilities, decreased planning time, and increased involvement from parents to help within the classroom since the decreased number of classroom aides. They have consistently handled the challenges that they have faced with determination and resolve, and now they need the support from parents and communities and the community to show our commitment to them and our children. As a community, creating an environment where we have engaged, inspired, and active youth is valuable beyond measure. This is what Pearl Creek provides to the Fairbanks North Star Borough, and something that the district should aim to recreate rather than destroy. The long-term investment of providing this environment for children in the community is worth acknowledging and should be considered when making decisions. The programs that are already established, such as the before and after school care, after school enrichment that is 100% volunteer run, all make the school desirable for working parents to provide quality experiences and care. The Pearl Creek community has consistently shown up to create an environment that is meaningful and engaging, and I hope that this is taken into consideration before making the tough decisions surrounding school closure. Having access to quality public education is a deciding factor regarding living, working, and raising children in this community, and Pearl Creek has consistently provided a strong foundation of academic excellence, and taking that away will have significant impact and consequences to our community. I appreciate the work that you guys are all doing to improve our schools and showing up, and I hope that you'll take the feedback and information that you have received to make the right decision and keep a school that is so valuable to the local community open.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Carol Coolidge.
Good evening, Carol Kologie, C-O-L-O-G-I-E, North Pole. Am I good?
You're good. I'm so sorry I butchered your name.
That's okay, that's okay. Good evening, everyone. Exactly 1 year ago tonight, I was also in front of you testifying in defense of saving our extended learning program, ELP. I am grateful for the school board's vote last spring to restore the 4 elementary ELP positions that were proposed to be cut. I am also grateful to Chairwoman Hardy's words recently at a budget meeting when she spoke about the importance of ELP and the difference that it has made in her life trajectory. I am hopeful this board will continue to see the importance of this program and restore it to its current programming for the next school year. This year's proposed cuts include cutting 4 elementary ELP positions, but now middle school ELP is completely being cut. Only 4 elementary ELP teachers would remain to cover 16 elementary schools. That's 4 schools per teacher, a 50% reduction with students losing 1 whole semester of gifted services. Additionally, the primary enrichment program known as PEP, serving grades 1 and 2, is also being cut. These proposed cuts do not meet the requirements of our current state service plan for ELP. Classroom teachers support ELP. They know the difference it makes to our students. Case in point, a brilliant ELP student whose privacy I will protect had made many poor choices resulting in several out-of-school suspensions prior to testing into ELP. But over the past few months, since being a part of ELP, this student is now thriving in all aspects of school life. ELP students' high standardized test scores raise our district's overall average scores, but now these students may lose out if their program is reduced or eliminated. The concept of equity refers to fairness and justice. ELP students deserve to have their needs met academically and social emotionally, just as our lower performing students deserve their special education services. Our gifted population are potentially at risk for dropping out of school, as well as for self-destructive behavior when they are not challenged and are not able to learn alongside their like-minded peers. Please save ELP. Fund it to its current programming. It really makes a difference in our brightest children's lives. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Paul Townsend.
All right, good evening. My name is Colonel Paul Townsend, that's Townsend, and I reside on Eielson Air Force Base. I'm the 354th Fighter Wing Commander. I also am the Eielson Installation Commander. I have the honor of representing over 3,400 military members, and when you include families, civilians, contractors, it's nearly 10,000 of what I represent at Eielson Air Force Base. When you look at the Air Force, the past several years has made a huge investment into Eielson Air Force Base, with the bed down of our newest fifth-generation fighter, the F-35, greatly increasing the population, the size, the scope, and the mission. I have the honor of representing a community that's hurting. It's disappointed, and it's frustrated by the proposed closure of Ben Eielson Junior Senior High School. This board may remember recently closing Anderson Elementary School on Eielson Air Force Base, as our base has already taken a hit. I'm here to talk to you about the mission and my concern that this school closure will have on the mission and its impact. Besides the logistics and the challenges of a 45-minute round trip to North Pole Middle School and High School, we don't have the same luxury that a lot of families here with extended family to help with childcare. We don't have those opportunities. So when you're talking about families that are mill to mill, who's going to pick up the child if they're doing after-school activities? Those are challenges that I have to face. Right now, I have older siblings walking across the street from the high school to the elementary school to pick up their younger siblings. Now, what does that family do for childcare while that member waits to get back from North Pole Middle School or North Pole High School? So logistics is one thing, but it's also community. I've seen the team rally around Eielson, whether it's volunteering to coach, volunteering to teach, and also the military spouses that teach at Eielson Air Force Base, and the impact that this school closure has on their employment is a concern for me. It also affects retention. Just the other day, I spoke to a military member, and he said, hey, I was thinking about extending here at Eielson, give him one more year to get my daughter through high school. Now I just don't see the point with this school closing, because she's gonna have to change school anyway. We already do a lot to our kids, moving them around. I'm a military brat, 8 different high schools for me. My brother did 8 different schools, and my brother did 3 different high schools, so I know the impact that this has on families. It hurts in recruitment. I talked to people who said, hey, my next replacement, I'm gonna tell them about the schools. And so there's challenges if we don't invest into our academics with the expectations that a lot of families expect. So when I think about the community and the impact, we estimate the value of Eielson Air Force Base on this community at $737 million through our economic impact statement. The cost savings that we're talking about with closing Eielson is 0.3% of that. We often talk about recruiting the airmen, but retaining the families. And I'm concerned over this closure and the impact that it will have on our mission and our ability to deliver air superiority. Thank you for your time.
And can I ask you one question, Colonel Townsend? And I'm sorry for not identifying who you were before we did, and it has to be in the form of a question, but is it correct that you will be presenting at the community forum on the 11th?
Yes, ma'am, I do plan on attending that as well and look forward to the discussion there with the community.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Next, we have Ms. Danette Peterson.
Good evening, Danette Peterson, Peterson, Fairbanks. It wasn't that long ago that West Valley science teacher Ben Weaver stood outside the Borough Assembly building holding a sign that said, 35 is a speed limit, not a class size. It sticks because it's true. Cutting 100 educators will raise the PTR for all students, otherwise known as class size. Arguably, the proposed budget cuts before you, the one that has the most direct impact on student learning is increased PTR. I've taught in overcrowded classes, both here and in Illinois, classes of 40+ students. Let me tell you a bit about those rooms. There's not enough space for all the needed tables and chairs, so students count on somebody being absent and sit wherever they can. There's more chaos and noise, and attendance eats into instruction. Group projects are impossible to manage because nobody can move, so there's more lecture and individual work takes place. Movement around the room as a teacher is difficult, so the students that look productive but are off task and often struggling fall through the cracks. The student needing accommodation but is not yet ready to self-advocate gets lost in the shuffle. The student with social anxiety panics in the crowded space and decides to homeschool. Less work is graded in a meaningful way and that supports student progress. So much for the gains made by personalized learning. Fewer contacts are made home, and those meaningful relationships that teachers strive to create with each student are less. There are simply fewer opportunities to learn about their lives outside the classroom and to nourish their hopes and dreams. Teachers need to know about their students and to make connections if they are to succeed in teaching content. This is not the environment educators want, and it's not the environment that families want for their children. High PTR negatively impacts student learning. High PTR increases teacher burnout for seasoned teachers. High PTR sets early career educators up for failure. It results in increased student behaviors, which is a leading cause of educators leaving the profession. Please, don't think that you can add back teachers in July. We are not an add-on. Teachers won't wait to be added back into your budget in July. They will be teaching in Seattle, Portland, and elsewhere. The research shows time and again that smaller class size positively impacts student learning. So I ask you to put students first and remember that 35 is a speed limit, not a class size.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Ms. Heidi Wood.
Hi, you guys. My name is Heidi Wood, W-O-O-D. I live in walking and skiing distance to Pearl Creek. First, I want to thank you for your hard work and creative thinking outside the box. That's our job as parents. I want to talk about the reasoning for school closures that have been cited in the documentation provided by the district. Geographical location has been identified as a primary reason to close Pearl Creek. This is, in fact, one of the primary reasons to keep it open. The school programs routinely utilize the ski trails, ice rink, and garden areas, as do many other community groups. Pearl Creek is only one of 3 elementary schools at this point that have a working ice rink. All factors which make Pearl Creek unique and should be carefully considered. It is clearly stated that the hiring for specialized positions is also a factor. Yet then it goes on to say that this is not unique to Pearl Creek. However, this is cited as a specific reason for Pearl Creek's closure. There's an absurd hypocrisy to that statement. Additionally, Pearl Creek currently has greater than 400 students, whereas both University Park and Wood River house just around 350. And Pearl Creek currently is home to approximately 75 students who have already been displaced with Joy closure. The current population of Pearl Creek and the required transportation of this population is another thing to be considered. I believe that transportation costs and time would be significantly greater for the Pearl Creek kids if they were to be bused to other schools, whereas I don't believe the reverse to be fully true based on the geographical area which Pearl Creek serves. Closing any of these schools creates a domino effect, causing a change of schools for many kids, which is unacceptable. In consideration of deferred maintenance, yesterday Mrs. Henderson asked for greater transparency. As the community, I believe that we should have access to these lists for all schools, line item by line item, in order to understand what is being discussed. Currently, the discussion seems to be behind closed doors without many specifics. As a board, I would demand that you understand what deferred maintenance is being discussed before acting on it in such a final way. Please understand what the problem actually is before making a decision. We would like to see this list and know who created it. We have the ability, with a very active parent population, to leverage our community to address these issues, to include raising funds if needed, not the school board, but the PTA. Give us the opportunity to know what the real issues are. Please, let us have this time. Give us the opportunity to change the trajectory of what is happening. Engage our students and families to take ownership of their school. That's our responsibility. Many parents have seen this as their call to action. Let's make Pearl Creek in its beautiful surroundings a model school, whatever that could look like. Use your imagination. It has the academics to do that. The staff and students are doing their job. Let our children learn to be active, engaged community members and participate in keeping their school open. Let us, the community, do ours and leverage our skills to keep Pearl Creek open. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Miss Madeline Polnickley-Quist.
Hello, my name is Madeline Polnickley-Quist, Q-U-I-S-T. I live in Fairbanks and I'm in University Park Elementary. I understand that you want to shut down ELP, but I don't think we should. ELP is important and is a special need for special kids. I don't think we should close ELP. I find it important and I think you should too. I understand that you have a very hard job and I appreciate all the work you've done. I think we could throw a fundraiser to help make money for the schools. I really hope you take this into consideration and thank you for your time. Do you have any questions for me?
Yes, we do. First, Mr. Burgess.
Are you in the ELP program?
Yes.
I was when I was your age too.
ELP has helped me a lot. Before I was in ELP, I was kind of struggling in school, but then ELP helped me, and now my grades are really good.
Miss Marati.
What grade are you in?
I'm in 5th grade.
Awesome. Thanks for being here tonight.
You did a wonderful job. Thank you
Thank
for your
you.
testimony. Next, we have Amy Scaraba.
Hello, my name is Amy Scaraba, S-K-R-A-B-A, and I reside in Fairbanks off of Farmers Loop Road. I'm currently the parent to 2 Pearl Creek puffins, and I'm here to ask you as a school board to please not close more of our community schools. I don't want to see any school closed in our district, but I especially do not want to see Pearl Creek closed, as my daughters have begged me to please not let their school close. Previously, we have attended one of the private schools here in Fairbanks. We had been afraid to attend our public schools for the exact thing that is happening now. We didn't want to enroll them in our local school, only to find out that it was going to be closed or that they were going to be in a classroom that was overcrowded. We have also put into lotteries for the charter schools and the magnet schools for 5 years and have never been selected. It is nearly impossible for everyone to get into those schools who wants to be there. Since attending Pearl Creek, both of my daughters have thrived in this exceptional school. They have made friends, but most of all, they have grown so much academically and have found a home. I try to spend as much time in my children's classrooms, chaperoning field trips, etc., as I can. And this is a school community where children thrive. The staff like working there and the students like being there, and it shows when you are in that school. I'm worried about my children's future in this school district. What will happen 2 years down the road? Will they once again be at a school that's up for closure? Will there be anything of value left in this school district for them by the time they reach high school? I'm asking this board to take time to make these decisions regarding school closures. Develop a long-term strategic plan so that people are not shocked when they find out in February that their school is being considered for closure for the following year. Allow schools the time to look into whether being a charter school or magnet school is an option for them. Let's think about ideas for right now. When I look at the school year calendar, there's something like 11 early out days. Let's find a way to take some of these early out days and make them into full days so that we can save on money like transportation and other things. What about adding 10 or 30 minutes onto each school day, lengthening the school day itself so that we don't have as many days for transportation needs or things like that? But most of all, the school board and the district need to be honest and upfront about what's going on. We as a community need to know. You are faced with an extremely difficult decision. Take time to research your options. My children have only been at Pearl Creek a short time. However, they are heartbroken that a place that they have grown to love might not be there next year for them. So I beg you to please find a long-term solution for this community. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have, oh, I'm going to butcher this, Emily Yaucha. And it looks like she is online.
Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Emily Yusha, Y-O-U-C-H-A, Fairbank. This school closure and redistricting plan destroys the concept of neighborhood public school. Please clearly explain the geographical reasons for these school closures. The plan fractures my Farmers Loop community into 3 different schools, Ann Ween, Weller, and U Park, all on different sides of the town, instead of keeping kids in their neighborhood community at Pearl Creek. I assume the plan also divides up the students in the other proposed closed schools in a similar manner. I chose to live and work near our neighborhood school so we don't have to shuttle kids all over the place. And I can easily pop into the school to participate in school activities with my child. The least you could do is put some time and thought into this and consider not only transportation and busing, but also closely examine each neighborhood's redistricting and consider the emotional and financial impact to families. Yesterday's redistricting plan was put out with only 2 weeks for public comment before the vote on school closure. In my case, the kids on Summit Drive are proposed to be moved to a school on Chena Hot Springs Road, and I will be forced to drive all over town if we do or don't want to be active in the new school community. We have 2 working parents, and this does not work for us. I have no ties to Chena Hot Springs Road. All my ties are to Farmers Loop community where I live and work. I expect much less parental involvement if we do not have neighborhood ties to the school. I assume the other school communities have similar feelings. Note that closing Pearl Creek not only divides students into 3 different schools, the new redistricting plan also moves half of the current U Park population over to Wood River. Also, there were several neighborhoods that were redistricted into Pearl Creek last year, and now these kids are being relocated again. If schools must close, it should be done in a more thoughtful way to minimize the emotional and financial disruption to so many families, not only looking at transportation. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Mr. Jerome Baxter.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me speak this tonight. I've been hearing a lot tonight about money, and travel, all that kind of thing. So I just kind of put this together, so you'll have to forgive me. I live on Farmers Loop Road, kind of down in the swamp, kind of like swamp trailer country, but that's where we are. So I'm here tonight representing myself as a teacher at Pearl Creek Elementary for 10 years. I was at Anderson a long time ago. They closed that down. That was kind of like, well, that was a drag because I went to that school. But anyways, let me get to the point here. It takes a lot to be a teacher. The state will not allow just anyone to be a teacher. You've got to go to college. It's not cheap. An individual has to go through a rigorous program that sends some people to the ER if you're not careful. In Alaska, a 1-year teacher internship under an expert teacher mentor is required. It would be $200 to the state to recertify, plus the cost of graduate classes. And it's not cheap and it's not easy. It takes a lot of time and money to be an educator. Teachers in Alaska are not allowed to put into the Social Security, not allowed to, in the long run, there's nothing there for them. The retirement programs will run out by the time they're 80 for most of us, if we're tier 3 or higher, if we live that long. Anyways, what I'm getting at is a teacher, it requires a great amount of planning and a tremendous amount of courage and money to be a teacher. So here we are. I'm going to go out on a limb here. Bear with me. I don't have all the details, but I do have some, and I can get that to you later. Money's the issue. Who do we have to thank for this? Mr. Dunleavy. Sorry, I shouldn't say that, but people on top, sorry. And we all know. So let me get to the point here. We're looking for a proposal for the future revenue. Here's a proposal that probably most likely should be given to the Assembly, and I will address this later on because I have a lot of information put down about it, but here it is. Possibly a 1% sales tax, 1 penny for every dollar spent, or an income tax, especially for those people that don't live in Alaska, that come to Alaska, work here, North Slope, mining companies, wherever. They take the money and they leave, they contribute nothing to our system. They're working on that in Anchorage, I understand, with some kind of a tourist thing in the summertime. But deferred maintenance, that's what we need to see, line item maintenance items. What needs to actually occur in these buildings, especially Pearl Creek or Tick Brown or any of the other ones you're considering for closure. So here we go. $49,444,400 school district from the borough is what I got from the, I might be wrong with my numbers, but that's what I had. General fund appropriations from risk management, we could cut half of that. We could probably get $1,300,000. Now stay with me if you can, I'll get you the specifics later. And by the way, this is for everybody back there and also all the people in the community of Fairbanks that are listening right now. We have a revenue issue we need to put into it. Capital improvements program, 12,170,000, cut that to 6 million. Multi-programs, 2,840,000, cut that to 1,420,000. I got to speed up here. Other local, 1,082,230. What's this? The district, there's other programs. You add all these up, $53,220,000. We've got our money right there. Something to think
I've got to
about.
stop you, but you do have a question.
If anyone has a better idea, now's the time. Man, have I got cotton mouth.
Thank you for your testimony. I am going to take a cue from a fellow board member and ask if you will be submitting that to the borough because your testimony was very direct to the borough.
As I said, it was, yes, ma'am, but I wanted to use this as an opportunity because y'all have connections and y'all could use this to potentially go say, hey, we got money over here, including this animal shelter, which needs to be addressed as well. Thank you.
Can I also ask if you can to submit that in writing to the board?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you for letting me speak. All right.
Next, we have Allison Moggensen. I think I did it better.
Allison Mogensen, M-O-G-E-N-S-E-N. I live off Farmers Loop. Thank you for your work that you have been doing. I know long hours away from your family, and it's not always the easiest decisions to make. I'm here today to ask that you not close any schools down without a proper and just investigation and analysis of each situation. This recent timeline seems very rushed and not very transparent with why one school is being put on the chopping block versus the others. I am here to very specifically ask you not to close Pearl Creek Elementary School. I would like to share a few ideas on how to possibly save money in the future by little bits. I'd like to acknowledge that I second what Ms. Henderson said yesterday about dispersing the downtown office and having those people move to Nordale. Other thoughts I had are to some of the smaller things we can do as a district to tidy up around the edges and to share resources. While it won't solve the budget problem, these suggestions can't hurt either. First one is combine resources, whether it's PE equipment like snowshoes, skis, archery equipment, stages, risers, sound shields, music stands. These big and high-cost items could be stored at a centralized location like Nordale or even housed at a school. Example, Wood River houses scooters and unicycles to check out to PE teachers around the district. Pearl Creek could house archery equipment to check out. West Valley houses sound shells, etc. This year at Pearl Creek, we were able to check out the drum fit program, and it got sent to us from the previous teacher who taught. We used the materials for a week, and then we passed it along to the next school, so only having to buy one item for the whole district. Oftentimes, schools have these valuable resources just hanging out in their closets, not getting used. Let's make it accessible for the district so we can use class budget money for other items. Combine musical libraries of both sheet music and instruments. Compile a list so that those schools can share music scores so we don't have to buy multiple copies of music scores for the district. A few years ago, we were gifted $100,000 to purchase new musical instruments for the elementary students, but then elementary band and orchestra was cut, so those instruments are just sitting around unused. Let's make an instrument library of practical instruments to check out to different schools. Something like this has already partially existed downtown, but let's get the other hundreds of instruments that are just sitting in the closets right now, taking up spaces that could be used for teaching. Auction off the ones that we're not going to use, and let's get the other ones in students' hands. Can we maybe possibly team up with other borough entities like Parks and Rec to share the cost of lawn maintenance and plowing? This has been done in the lower 48 with shared equipment and maintenance as well. It cuts down on cost. And speaking of cutting back, totally random, let's talk about the new phones we just got in our classrooms. I'm not sure what was wrong with the old ones, but the new ones seem unnecessarily fancy, and I'm guessing were really expensive. If we as a district cut back on the day-to-day costs, like turning the lights off, closing the double doors to the Arctic entryway, keeping the windows closed in the winter, being aware of how much paper supplies we make, we can, and not replace the things that don't need to be replaced, like the phones, we can easily save money.
Yep. Thank you for your testimony. Could you also provide that to the board in writing? It would be helpful to keep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, and I believe they're in person, Miss Kristen Papp. And you are welcome to bring Nolan up with you if you would like.
Hi. A little more nerve-wracking in person than it is online. PAP, P-A-P-P, Kristen and I live Farmers Loop area for Pearl Creek District, so I'm here to voice my support for Pearl Creek. We are a second-generation Pearl Creek family. I went to Pearl Creek, and now my kids get the excitement of being at mom's school. And with my 45-minute bus ride as a kid, I was happy to find a house nearby so we could bike to school or walk to school together. And these are the many things that we enjoy about being close and in the Pearl Creek community. And I can echo just every other positive thing I've heard from other families here. It's a unique place to be. Families are invested. Teachers and staff, some of them are second generation families too. They're really invested in their school, in their community. And I think that's so important to have. I don't think any school should be shut down, but I understand the difficult decisions that have to be made. But again, I've heard many voices say, please give us the information earlier. Let us understand and have the time to digest all of this, and more transparency. And I guess what I feel like now, I guess I have so many other things I'd like to say, but what I feel like I can do at this point is encourage the governor to pass that SB 140, and if he does not sign it, to ask our state reps to approve an override. And I would encourage everybody to, I know we're angry, we're frustrated, we're sad, and take that energy and be responsible as ourselves to our community. We are already got great momentum. We have built up. We have everybody behind us, because this isn't good for anybody. This isn't good for our community. Keep that momentum going and move it forward and take it into our own control, not just the school board, not just this decision goes beyond this. This is now our responsibility takes us into the future. So I just encourage everybody to take that on and take it seriously. And hopefully we will come up with some future options. Thank you for your work and your support, and we really appreciate how difficult this is. I'm glad I'm not sitting up there. I really understand how hard this is, so thank you. And this is my son Nolan. He was next, and he would like to make a statement.
My name's Nolan Papp, P-A-P-P. I love Pearl Creek. I think it's so awesome that we have so many parent volunteers that come to the school to do after-school clubs. I mean, they don't have to do that, but they do it so that kids can have good time after school. Like me, I had chess club after school. I had a great time. And for the teachers who make our schools a better place. I mean, what would we do without them? They really make schools a fun and awesome place. Our PE teacher is so amazing. He takes us out snowshoeing, ice skating, and skiing. It is so fun. My teacher is so awesome. We have 2 class pets, which their names are Rex and Lucy. But she has been bringing a tortoise named Sheldon and a leopard gecko named Ducky. Our music teacher has been teaching us how to play the ukulele. And for the last librarian, she lets us check out books and even lets us take them home for the weekend.
Thank you both so much for your testimony. Next, we have Miss Heidi Rader, and I believe that's online.
Hi, Heidi Rader, last name Rader. I'm in the Farmers Loop area and neighbors with Kristen. Yeah, just this whole process has really been an opportunity to think about what would be lost with the closure of Pearl Creek. I've got 2 kids there, and just to reiterate the importance to me of a place-based education. I'm a lifelong Fairbanksan as well, and passionate about local, the skiing and all that Fairbanks has to offer. And I think Pearl Creek provides that type of education. One of the things cited in closures was the difficulty of hiring, and I know that's a reality. But I think even more so that just speaks to the value of all of the parent volunteers and all that the teachers put in above and beyond their 9 to 5 day. And I think that should be really calculated as well. And I think just the capacity that Pearl Creek has to do so much more as sort of a model school, I would reiterate that as well. And I think that capacity, those teachers that have been there for so long, the parents, the second generation families, I think that capacity and that legacy would be hard to revive if Pearl Creek is closed. I also, part of our decision to go to Pearl Creek is location. That played into where we purchased our home, and it's very important to me that we minimize the amount of time in a car every day. And we bike to school, we walk to school. My kids have biked to school by themselves, and they've sort of have that opportunity because of location, and that would be taken away. The number of field trips that the teachers put on, they use Fairbanks as a classroom, and I think that's just something that can't be found at any school. The ice rink, the garden, the skiing, the after school activities, the events, it is a model school already, I think. A lot of people have talked about taxes. I am willing to pay taxes for quality schools and a school in my neighborhood. However those taxes come down, I contributed some of my PFD to the new public education fund that's available alongside Pick, Click, Give, and I would encourage other people to do so as well.
Thank you.
If you also want to advocate for the extended learning program as well.
Thank you, Ms. Rader.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next,
Thank
we
you.
have Annabelle Greneau.
Hi, my name is Annabelle Grunow, Grunau, and I'm from the Goldstream Valley in Fairbanks. I'm a Pearl Creek Students Council's president. I wanted to be president of the school because I believe Pearl Creek is an awesome school and there are amazing teachers and staff and students. Our motto is that we are compassionate, inspired, and involved. And I believe that is true for all who attend and teach there, past and present. We are a community that reaches beyond our school through things like STEAM Night, Halloween Carnival, and the community garden. We are gentle and kind and always want to help others. I have experienced times where I have needed more challenges, and Pearl Creek's amazing staff have helped provide that challenge and growth through ELP program. I want my younger brother to experience this community like I got to. By closing this school, you will not only displace the students, families, teachers, and staff, but you will affect the community that we reach out to. If you close this school, you will be putting kindergartners on a bus very early in the morning and for a very long bus ride to go to another school. Also, the more schools you close, the more likely it is for people to move away, and the less funding you guys will have. Although people think that the Pearl Creek building is old, we don't care. It's not the building that matters, it's the family within. Please don't tear us apart. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we have Karen Mensing.
Hi, I'm Karen Mensing, Mensing, and I have lived in Goldstream Valley for 24 years, longer than anywhere else. I am here as a Pearl Creek parent. I'm also on the staff at Pearl Creek. I'm a Pearl Creek aunt, I'm a Pearl Creek neighbor, I'm a Pearl Creek friend. But saying that, I also stand in solidarity with the other schools that we've been discussing, Tickasuk, Eielson, Two Rivers. I am usually a quiet advocate for the issues I care about, behind the scenes, emailing, making phone calls, cheering on others who go in front and speak. But this one was too big. I cannot stand to be quiet about it. I am a big feeler of feelings, and that may seem silly in the midst of all these numbers and documents and hard decisions, but feelings are what give me information. And every time I get more information about this process, every day there is something new, multiple times a day, I have like the feeling cycle all over again. Anger, sadness, shock, it just happens so much. The idea I keep on returning to is that the idea of closing schools or increasing PTR should not be these main things at the top of the list. I am outraged that this decision is only being made within 1 month. I know this has been said before, but I think it is due to be said again. The closing of schools is something that should be researched, studied, planned. I am proud to speak on behalf of Pearl Creek, but I am also here as a resident of Fairbanks. We are an extremely unique community with several smaller communities within the borough. This is not an easy place to live, especially with children. Some of us are living thousands of miles away from family and friends and still choose to be here. For those of us who do choose to be here, our smaller communities are of the utmost importance. With children and for our children, the schools become a home away from home. They provide so much more than academics, and it is a disgrace to dismiss them as if they are just a building made of numbers and dollars. Please consider the school closures as a last resort. Any school closures will be breaking apart communities, connection, and trust in the Fairbanks School District. Seeing how much time I have. Okay. There are a couple quick things I don't understand. We're so focused on what could happen in the schools, and I feel like there's so many other areas. And I know administration has been talked about, but I feel like other people were touching on it. I feel like there's smaller changes that we could be making in other departments: nutrition, communication, curriculum, HR, IT, purchasing, transportation. I also know that there's been talk about cutting days of school. I feel like we could also cut some days for staff.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we have Susan Gates.
My name is Suzanne Gates, Gates. I reside in Fairbanks, Alaska. How can I stand before you today and ask you to save one school when it would mean sacrificing another school? The answer is I can't. Each of these schools is important and valuable in their own right because each one of these schools is fulfilling their mission to create a community that helps and supports students and their families. Any closure of a school is a destruction of that community. But I do come to you today as a representative of the staff and the students of Tickassook Brown, and as a voice for those who do not have the ability to speak for themselves and for our school. I believe that having non-military students attend Arctic Light will not provide the community support for the students and the families who need it most. I was encouraged last night as I listened to your conversations that you are listening to our concerns about this topic, and you are attempting to address that. Thank you. I am here today to encourage the board and the administration that when considering closing schools and reorganizing students to different schools, to carefully consider how these boundary changes will affect our most vulnerable student population. I am here to raise the concern that some of the proposed boundary changes call for the least financially stable families to have to travel the furthest to access their schools. Geographically and financially, these decisions may make sense, but on a humanitarian and social justice level, these boundaries are at best insensitive and at the worst an injustice. Please consider those who are marginalized, overlooked, and may not have the ability or the knowledge to speak up and defend themselves. It would be my hope to stave off any school closure until we have developed a strategic plan that will allow us to not only operate efficiently and effectively, but will also allow us to adequately meet the needs of the population who needs us the most. And while closing a school does release the school district of their obligation to that building, I would like to remind all of those who are listening that we are not relieved of the mandate to care for our community. I understand and appreciate that we need to be a good steward of the money given to us by our community and our state. I can understand that operating schools at a 50% capacity is not efficient. I would like to state that operations at full capacity does not always equate to running efficiently and effectively. Thank you again for listening and providing us the opportunity to voice our thoughts and concerns. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Jamie Hodder.
Good evening. My name is Jamie Hauter, Hauter. I come here today as an educator and parent in the same school that my children attend, and I'm here today to address finances. I am not here to advocate for my school to stay open or for it to close. I do have to say that I am new to Alaska, I am new to the district, and I do find it a bit barbaric that we have been placed in a situation where we are advocating for our schools. It does not feel like a sense of community. There are no schools out there that are any better than my school, and my school certainly is not better than any of the other schools. So I just want to make that clear. I've been on the fence about coming to speak, but yesterday's public activity, hearing, whatever you would call it, compelled me to come forward because there were some troubling things that I observed during the live testimony. Yesterday, public statements from district leadership highlighted their struggles with reduced personnel, resulting in splitting duties, decreasing effectiveness in their roles. It was so important, in fact, that more than 3 minutes was used to discuss to really drive home the point. Yet it is ironic that these same leaders are advocating for increasing student-to-teacher ratios as a way to save money without teacher input, without obvious care for the impact these decisions have on student learning. Unlike administrative tasks, teaching responsibilities cannot be divided. In teaching, one person is responsible for teaching in a designated amount of time with absolutely no room for error and no flexibility. Changes that impact learning will have lifelong impacts for each individual student and the success that they find or don't find in life. If PTR is increased, I would ask that the district to implement 4-day school weeks, with the 5th day being a teacher workday, allowing educators to adequately plan and prepare lessons, attend IUP and 504 meetings, and leave meaningful feedback for our students to do better on their upcoming assignments. Lastly, I would like to address the fact that the central office is adamant about not decentralizing. Why? What would the savings be? Has that been announced? It may have, and I may have missed it. I recommend that administration from our district work in buildings across the district. Not only will this save money on the large building they occupy, but it will actually bring administration closer to the people they work for, the district staff. If this is not an option, the central office should become fully remote working from home. The adamancy of not closing district administration due to hardships to personnel reflects the priority of the district and not its students. As a public community member, parent, and teacher, I would like to see the amount of money that would save. It should be brought to the table. Adults should be facing the hard stuff, not the students. For anybody who has forgotten, I am not employed by Mr. Bell, my principal. I am not employed by our superintendent. I am employed by my students. It is my job every day to do what they ask of me and to do a damn good job. That is all I have.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Miss Wendy Demers. If Wendy shows up. Okay. It seems that has been emailed to the board. Now we have Scott Shire.
Hi, my name is Scott Shire, Shirar, and I live in Fairbanks. So I'm here this evening to speak on behalf of my family regarding the budget and proposed school closures. First off, I want to thank you all on the board for the work you're putting in on this issue towards the difficult decisions that need to be made. I testified 2 weeks ago and ran out of time, so I didn't get a chance to thank you all, so I wanted to put that up front this time. So I just have 3 main points that I want to spend my time talking about today or this evening. So number 1, I'd like to address, use this platform to address our local legislators who I hope are listening. So we need to pass the BSA increase. The governor has stated that he'll veto the increase included in SB 140. So under the assumption that's going to happen, we need to write our legislators and ask them to step up and vote to override that action. Number 2, I would like to address our Borough Assembly members who I hope are also listening in tonight. So we need to increase the borough tax cap to raise local money to properly fund our public schools. This is critical in maintaining essential public services that the communities in the school district want and are asking for. I'd like to thank the Assembly for passing the ordinance to hold a special election on May 7th. Unfortunately, that may be too late for this next cycle, but we urge, me and my family would like to urge them to continue to find ways to fund public education. So thirdly, my last point deals with how the plan for closing schools was presented to the public. So schools were chosen and emails were sent out with no opportunity for public comment or review, which was stressful and uninformative for school staff, parents, and students. So I'm a Pearl Creek parent. I have 2 boys currently attending Pearl Creek Elementary. And I could sit up here and list a dozen reasons why Pearl Creek should stay open, and that's basically what my testimony was 2 weeks ago. But I believe closing schools should be the absolute last resort, and I urge our elected officials to take the appropriate actions and do what their constituents are asking of them to fund public education. So I ask the members of the board to remember your responsibility to students and ensure school closures are not implemented until all other options have been exhausted and that steps are taken to affect as few students as possible. We need to focus on protecting the welfare of students that our public education system is meant to serve. So finally, if we are forced to close schools in the future, we feel it should be done in a more thought out, better planned, and transparent way to minimize the impact on young students and their families. So, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Christina Reed, and it looks like Zoom. So I'm going to call up Miss Danielle Logan. And Miss Reed, if you're listening, we're working on it. You are still in line.
Good evening, President. I cough when I talk. Good evening, President Hardy and members of the school board. For the record, my name is Danielle Logan, Logan, and I reside in Fairbanks. I am currently serving as a president. First, I want to say thank you. Thank you for listening to the ESSA voices throughout this whole budget process and understanding the importance of our work with our students. As educators, we know what our students are going through. It's not only classroom teachers who support our students, or our district has a strong history of passionate and long-term support staff who care deeply about student success in life. I work in this district today because of how support staff here in our district helped me as a student. In 1992, when I was a student at Ryan Middle School, mental illness was not a thing. The day custodian there, Ken Dickey, saw a student in need and helped me find meaning in school and showed me compassion. I'd help him after my lunch, help wipe down tables, pick up garbage, anything to keep my mind occupied. I didn't know it at the time, but he was helping me to become a more productive member of society. He was more than a custodian, and I was one of many students he helped over the years in many different ways. He had a way of reaching students as coaches in softball and basketball and volleyball teams, or helping troubled youth like me. He knew how to reach those students. Today, the Ryan Gym is named after Ken Dickey because of what he meant to so many. Many teachers never gave up on me, and they're proud to see me here today. But I give credit to two ESSA staff employees from my time, the Ryan kitchen manager and Ken Dickey. Without them, I honestly would not be sitting here today. As you've heard in many meetings, our custodians do more than clean our buildings. They help teachers after hours. They help find students in closets and pull them out of dumpsters. They are the first at the site to make it safe after a heavy snowfall. They are essential. You won't get that passion or flexibility without source contractors. I listened to the testimony from last week from the guy from Texas who posted bids. It sounds too good to be true, and it is. Don't outsource our custodians, please. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. And now we're going to go back to Miss Christina Reed.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Yay. Hi, my name is Christina Reed, R-I-E-D. I am in Fairbanks, Alaska. I'm first off a single mom of 3 children. The youngest will be in kindergarten this fall in the district, joining my 2 boys and myself, the program secretary at Barnett Magnet School. I'm a union member of NEA ESSA and will proudly be representing Alaska with other delegates from our district at the end of March. I'm hoping to bring back fresh perspectives on how to strengthen the support staff. Thank you to the many school board members who have given countless hours of your time and attention to these difficult budget concerns. I believe that you're considering as many points of view as possible and appreciated seeing many of you at our schools and at our NEA ESSA union meeting. As a lifelong performer, you might understand when I say that I'm preaching to the choir when I echo others who have said that our schools can't operate without the support staff. The proposed custodial cuts were difficult to hear feedback from the majority of union members present at our recent meeting. The outsourcing of custodial would impact the personal connection our students have with these staff members, all the things they do that go above and beyond keeping our schools clean, building rentals, and snow removal. There's cause for concern that if custodial services were contracted, we would not be able to maintain the district's eyes and ears of keeping our schools safe and clean. Kindergarten aides are also proposed for cutbacks, and these positions in most schools are invaluable, not just for helping the kindergarten classroom, but hall or curb duties before and after school, namely, and our literacy programs, which are underfunded to support the READS Act. We often have to pull them as substitute for building shortages to cover IEP meetings and reading tutors for our struggling students. For over a decade, I was also a substitute teacher and in many amazing schools across our district, and we all know the scramble to find more employees to help cover these needs. I understand the need for our school closures and cuts in the light of the deficit mostly created at the state level by underfunding education, even to keep up with inflation. The governor needs to continue to hear that we need to fund educating our future workforce by passing SB 140. I also support the need for extra funds from the borough towards education by raising the tax cap. I enjoyed using the budgeting tool provided by the board to simulate options for saving money, as I've closely followed the board meetings and work sessions regarding the line items up for consideration. A few examples of money-saving ideas: I'm in favor of our shortening the school year by a few days, even just the early dismissal days. Maybe some fees charged to our families directly to support transportation costs, supplies, and additional programming by assessing a few student fees with waivers for students who qualify for free and reduced lunch. I'd also like a small defense of my Barnett school. We pride ourselves on our explorations, and cutting teachers from our school would gravely affect the programs that our students have come to love and stand by, and have made it very
I'm
sought
sorry,
after
that's
school.
time.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Margot DeRocher.
Hi, my name is Margot DeRocher, D-E-R-O-C-H-E-R, and I live at Eielson Air Force Base. First off, thank you. I know this is thankless. I've watched a lot of meetings. You guys have been here the entire time, so thank you for your time. But tonight, I'm here as an educator and a parent from our district, specifically out at Eielson. My children are pre-K first and second graders, and I'd like to talk about how this budget impacts my family. And me specifically as an employee of this district. The PTR increase for secondary schools currently stands at an increase of 5 students of 35 to 1. What does an increase of 5 students look like? I'd ask you to look at my 2 8th grade US history classes. One has 23, one has 28. I get these students for approximately 50 minutes a day. Over the course of a year in my class of 23, I get to spend 390 minutes per student. In my class of 28, I spend 318 minutes per student. If the increase is to 35, that number goes down to 240 minutes per student per year. That's a lot of time to take away. What does this look like functionally in a classroom? It means that I have to change how my classroom looks. I don't get to have teaching pods. I have to figure out how to fit 35 desks in my classroom. I change my instruction because I can't give meaningful feedback the way I teach currently to 35 students. I don't have time in the day to do that level of feedback and grading. I don't have the prep time. I don't have the contract time. I barely have the time for that as it is, and I would argue I need more. Now you're telling me you want to add 5 students per class. I teach 5 classes. It's 25 kids. I'm a social studies teacher. Math isn't my strength. So yeah, my teaching strategies change fundamentally. I've taught in a class of 33. I've taught in a class of 42. It's hard. As a parent, I'm looking at these PTR creases for my children. My son is in first grade at Anderson Crawford. He was supposed to go to Anderson. That school closed. His current school size, class size is 23. Increasing that to 30 means that he loses 90 minutes per subject per year. That's 90 minutes less of reading. He's struggling to meet grade level reading as it is under the Alaska Reads Act, and I have grave concerns about how we move forward. My family came to Fairbanks because of my husband's military service. We're looking what we do next. 3 weeks ago, we were gonna buy a house. We were trying to go under contract the week you announced that my school was on the closure list. So now I'm reevaluating what the future looks like for my family. Do I keep my kid in a school where they add 5 kids to first grade? Do I enroll my daughter in kindergarten without teacher aides? Do I stay as an educator with 35 kids per class? I don't know how I keep my family here.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Julian Tate.
My name is Julian Tate, T-A-T-E, and I live in Fairbanks. First, I would like to thank you for your attention and passion towards our school district and for everything you do for our community. I am here tonight as an English language arts educator in the district, and I would like to speak to how the proposed budget impacts my ability to do my job and hinders the academic growth of students in our community when the district claims to prioritize literacy in its classrooms. To begin, as an educator with over a decade of experience, the budget proposal put forth this year has left me questioning the district's priority to support student achievement. I've observed a troubling pattern of systemic issues driven by a lack of funding that undermine any school building's integrity and ability to support children. For example, in my own classroom, student learning material is displayed using outdated technology. Presentations in my room are displayed on a TV that we must stick a pen or pencil into to turn on. And I understand this is just one example of many issues that are a result of a lack of funding for education. However, in a time when we as a community should be rallying behind data-driven methods, we know support student achievement, the proposed budget creates a hostile work environment for teachers and students and suggests that the academic achievement in this district is often incidental and unintentional. When the school district's budget doesn't support student achievement, it means the budget does not effectively meet the needs of students and helps them reach their full potential. The proposed budget calls for an increase in the pupil to teacher ratio in our secondary schools in grades 6 through 8 from 27 to 32, and in grades 9 through 12 from 30 to 35. The research on the impact of large class sizes in schools is extensive and ongoing, and while there are no single definitive answers, a consistent trend emerges. Students perform better and experience more positive outcomes in smaller classes. The district currently uses MAP testing as one of its benchmarks to measure student success. In my own classroom, in my smallest group of 8th graders, students had a 355% projected growth met percentage, with 94.4% of students who met or exceeded their projected RIT scores. This is a classroom size of 12 students. While my 7th grade students, in a room with about twice the number of students, only had 74% percentage of students who met or exceeded their projected RIT scores, with only 201% projected growth met. Again, students perform better and experience more positive outcomes in smaller classes because teachers can give them the attention and feedback needed in a timely manner. When students in our classrooms reflect on their experience in this district, they should believe that this is because of the environment in their classroom, not despite it. I urge you to find alternative solutions that do not have clear and direct negative impacts on students and the teachers who support them. Increased class sizes are not an option, reduction of qualified and willing teachers is not an option, and placing the negative effects of a strained budget on those most vulnerable and those who are learning is not an option. Thank you so much.
We have a question for you, actually, Mr. Burgess.
Thank you for your testimony. I was just wondering how you feel about shortened school calendar.
I actually don't support a shortened school calendar for several reasons. One, that affects teachers' income. Those are furlough days, so I think it's a 1.7 decrease in our financing. But additionally, that hinders student learning time. So I also believe that students should be in class learning.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Miss Allison Wild. She is on Zoom.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. Thank you. I'm Allison Wild and I live in Two Rivers. I'm the principal of Two Rivers School. I want to begin by saying thank you to this board for your service to our community and diving into this process. You've heard a lot from our Two Rivers community and I am proud to be a Timberwolf. Today, I want to share a few suggestions and I'll start with school closures because it's all consuming. I don't support school closures at all, but I know you have tough decisions to make and something needs to be done. So if you choose to close schools and consolidate, I ask that you reassess what that looks like and consider decisions that will have the least impact on communities. By selecting rural schools for closures, our communities are disproportionately affected and the trickle-down effects will last a lifetime. Last year, you closed Anderson and consolidated with Crawford. I know that was difficult for the school, but this closure and consolidation still kept families together and in the same community with their neighbors. It's time to think outside the box and reassess for the least impact on communities. I ask you make cuts elsewhere. I'll start with instructional materials in the curriculum cycle. I am so fortunate to work with an amazing staff at Two Rivers. Our teachers are phenomenal. They are professionals that are educators through and through. They create authentic and engaging learning experiences for our kids. Yes, we need up-to-date materials, especially in science, but we can do that within, much like what the IDEA team has done for literacy. We can utilize our library media services, the university, the skills of our teachers. At Two Rivers, we believe in collective efficacy. The more we work together, the greater our impact will be on kids. We have multi-age classrooms, so we're working on vertically aligning curriculum and developing a clear path for our students in all subject areas. We don't need expensive programs to do this. The other thing I'd like us to consider is revisiting policy and procedures for savings. For example, our custodians at Two Rivers, Donnie and Jimmy, who are integral to our team and also attended Two Rivers in their youth, are regularly talking about all the little basic things they could do but aren't allowed to. Someone comes from downtown, and that costs a lot more than doing it ourselves. Can we audit our policies and procedures for savings and give more tasks back to the school through solid communication with the principals in downtown? This year, our school was designated as a Title I school. That brought new financial resources, and what I have learned is how important the people are. People are what schools need. People need to be invested in. People are needed to support walk to read programs. People are what is needed to support our kids. It's all about the people. Audit downtown. What departments can live in schools? Instructional coaches, IT, tech departments. As a principal, I find the more I'm in classrooms and connecting with teachers, the more I'm able to serve, support, and see the big picture. I argue this will allow for more cross-department collaboration. These savings will add up and allow us to value education. It seems small, but it will add up. We
Thank
need to be
you. I'm
proactive
sorry.
with our
That's your
budget, not
time.
reactive.
Thank you for
Thank
your
you.
testimony. Next, we have Kieran Kaufman.
Good evening. My name is Kieran Kaufman. Kaufman spelled Kauffman, and I live just off of Chena Hot Springs Road. This evening, I am here as an educator at Eielson. I teach music to 6th through 12th graders, and I just want to take a moment to advocate for my program and my school. I am here today as an educator, but it wasn't long ago that I actually was a student in Alaska Public Schools. And when I was younger, I used to wonder, like, how on earth could they do it? How could they come to school every day and be so happy and energized? And I mean, it takes a serious special kind of person to come in every day at 7:30 in the morning and wake up to the wonderful sounds of my beginning violin class. Um, but now that I'm a teacher, I get it. Every day I come to school and I am happy to teach. I'm excited to see my students again, and I'm excited to bring those moments that my students can smile about. And this year at Eielson, there's been quite a lot to smile about in the music program. Over the past 2 semesters, my choral program has more than tripled in size. In August, my band program was a majority of students who were starting music this year. And in February, we performed a concert entirely of grade 2 level pieces, which in my mind is a very amazing accomplishment. Next year, we have wonderful plans to celebrate the 50th anniversary of Eielson football, to bring the band from the stands onto the field. And we have plans to work with West Anchorage High School in Anchorage to facilitate a band exchange, and they are planning to hopefully come up next year. Our pep band has been as active as ever, and one of the things that has always amazed me is that we perform popular music and classic rock songs, but without fail, my students' favorite song to play at pep band is the fight song. They love singing. They just absolutely love cheering for our teams. And that's one of the biggest things. I'm a first-year teacher, and one of the things that has surprised me the most is how much my students love the school and Eielson in general. And something that often gets overlooked is I feel like a lot of times when we talk about closing this school, we often talk about it like the students will be moved to North Pole and they will just assimilate and it'll be fine because, you know, it's whatever, it's Eielson. But like, my students really care. And I think that when we talk about this, we shouldn't just talk about the things that will be gained from closing schools. We should talk about the things that will be lost, like my music program. If my students were to move to North Pole next year, I have a band, an orchestra, and a choir of students that would be split because they would no longer be singing together. They would be singing in separate groups at North Pole Middle School and High School. And my students really don't like that. It's something that they really hate because they love singing with their friends in school every day. So I just implore you that as you are looking at these decisions, I want you to think about the things that you would lose from closing schools, not just what you would gain. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Alexis Renard, and they are on Zoom.
Hi, my name is Alexis Reinard, Rhynard, and I reside in Fairbanks. I have a watershed student. I'm a parent of a watershed student. Obviously, I don't want any closing of any schools, but I'm here to advocate for Pearl Creek. Please consider how valuable Pearl Creek is to the community and keep it open. We were asked to identify why certain schools are unique. And there are 2 things that make Pearl Creek very unique, in my opinion. So why is it unique? Location, location, location. The location of Pearl Creek is priceless. And I don't understand how its location is one of the reasons it's being considered for closure. It is the perfect setting for outdoor learning. It is surrounded by woods and trails, yet minutes from town. They have a community garden, ice rink, soccer field, and playground. It's the furthest north elementary school in Fairbanks, and therefore likely has the best outdoor air quality. The outdoor air quality at schools should be factored in before relocating 400 kids. Clean air provides health, alertness, attention, test scores, and improving test scores and comfort for both students and teachers. The property is an asset and one we should protect. So what else makes Pearl Creek unique? The Thrive Alaska program. Pearl Creek is the only elementary school in Fairbanks to operate a Thrive Alaska program. The program supplies childcare for students before and after school, Monday to Friday, and on most school and service days, early dismissals, parent-teacher conferences, and certain state and federal holidays. The program's activities are guided by the students' interests and provide a safe place to further their learning experiences. We all know how difficult it is to find reliable care for our children while we're at work. Pearl Creek parents have had access to the service for I think 30 years. Thrive Alaska is an investment in our community, and it shows at Pearl Creek. Thank you for your service and listening to my testimony.
We have a question for you, Mr. Burgess.
Yeah, thank you for your testimony. I'm wondering, the Thrive Alaska program sounds great. I'm wondering if you have any insight on and how other schools might be able to set that up.
I do believe that enough parents have to opt in to use the service. And so for decades, there's been enough parents that have been able to sign their kids up. So another program could get started at another elementary school, but only if there's enough support, and it wouldn't happen overnight. And I mean, there's a reason there's no other Thrive after school program at any of the other schools.
Thank you for your testimony. Next,
Thank you.
We have Christy Downing.
Hello, my name is Christy Downing, Downing. I live in Fairbanks, and I'm a parent of Pearl Creek alumni, and I currently teach second grade at Pearl Creek, and I would like the privilege to continue to do so. I have lived in Fairbanks for 30 plus years, and I've watched education and educators at all levels be slowly but surely cut down and down, again and again. Death by 1,000 paper cuts. I was drawn into the teaching profession through my love of children and lifelong learning. I see my job as a teacher as one of community service. I spend my professional days and quite a bit of my personal time ensuring the children that I have before me receive not only the best education I can give them, but the love, understanding, empathy, caring, and trust I give each of them every day. I am not unique in this endeavor. What I do at Pearl Creek is not above and beyond what many teachers do every day all across our district, at every school. Our schools and our teachers are the backbone of our community. We provide safe community havens, neighborhood connections, neighborhood stability. Our neighborhood schools, such as Pearl Creek, attract people to our community, and they hold them here. Good schools are a huge reason people move to a new place. Good schools are why people stay in communities. Good schools are how we help shape good humans who in turn invest themselves within their community. Good schools are good business. Closing any good school, and they are all good, is bad business. Shows a lack of integrity from our state to not stand up for our communities and our children. As we struggle with attendance issues these days, wait until kids have to go farther and farther from home to get to school. After-school activities and sports will be affected. Parents' ability to volunteer will be reduced due to distances to schools at a time when we are trying so hard to connect families with their children's education at their schools. Don't close schools. Don't cut teachers. Don't increase class sizes. None of these will help our children. None of these will increase test scores or reading outcomes. None of these will make our schools better places to be, to learn, and to grow. Please do not rush into this. At the end of the day, what do you want to be remembered for? What do you want your legacy to be? I will leave you with an I wonder idea. Is it possible to have the schools being recommended or considered for closure?
I have a question for you, Ms.
Mhm.
Marati.
Would you mind just finishing that sentence, please?
Yes. Is it possible to have the schools being recommended or considered for closure to become charter schools? I don't know what this entails or what the possibilities are other than charter schools exist in our community, So can current schools be converted over? Does it save money? Can we stay open and serve our communities under a different model? Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Miss Jen Gunderson.
Hi, my name is Jen Gunderson, Gunderson, and I live in Goldstream. I watched the budget meeting last night, and I just have a few comments, and I want to preface that by saying that I know the administration and the school board, I know you're working tirelessly on behalf of all of us, and I really appreciate it. I wanted to say that I appreciated Mr. Burgess's closing comments. He reminded us that while we are all a part of smaller communities, we are also part of one large community. And as one large community, we can help each other when we decide to. In light of this, I'm asking our local charter schools for help. Can you and are you willing to increase your PTR to decrease the burden the rest of the district faces with large class sizes? Is that a possibility? I understand that the district doesn't have a say in this, so I'm asking charter schools directly to consider it. If I remember correctly, Boreal Sun Charter School has done this. I think Brandy said that, I'm not sure. I appreciate that. I heard the discussion last night about moving admin offices to empty school buildings and classrooms across the district. The admin's reasoning for why it's not a good idea is valid. They noted how difficult it would be to work across departments and that it would feel disjointed and possibly less productive and efficient if they were spread out. All those reasons are 100% valid, and at the same time, all those reasons for not moving admin apply to educators and students. I've been a parent in the Pearl Creek community for 9 years and have seen how the same educators and students have learned and worked alongside each other. And that has an unquantifiable value that isn't reflected in the budget. People in offices have a lot of ways to communicate quickly and efficiently with technology. I'm thinking of Zoom, Slack, or Discord, instant messaging, etc. I guess what I'm saying is I would prefer to move the adults and not the kids. Maintaining continuity for our kids is worth all costs. Transparency was also something that came up last night. I 100% know that when you say you're being transparent, you are trying your very best to be transparent. I do think that when you're deep in an organization, you're trying to solve big problems that impact the entire community, it can be easy to forget that most people really don't have an understanding of what you're doing. I'm sure it's really annoying to have the public coming at you with suggestions, questions, especially when they are probably all things you have considered and reconsidered. However, I want you to keep in mind that they are doing this because they don't understand what is happening or why. I encourage you to extend the school closure conversation for another year. Give the community time to understand why it might be necessary to consolidate schools. I think we all want our district to survive and also find a way to thrive, even with our limited resources. And I believe that this community is resourceful and willing to be a part of the conversation if allowed the time and space to do so.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Miss Sarah Lewis. Oh, okay, that is online. It's just marked wrong on my sheet. Next up will be Jason Downing after Miss Lewis.
All right, am I on now?
Yes, we can hear you.
No. Okay, all right. Thank you. My name is Sarah Lewis, Lewis. I live in Fairbanks, and I wanted to share part of an open letter that I wrote to Governor Dunleavy. Public education in Alaska is at the tipping point of being asked to do more with less. This is a decades-old pattern. I grew up here, and it's been a constant thing my entire life, probably because I was born in the 80s, just after the peak of oil-rich spending, and since then it's just been a long downslide. This is why I don't understand the constant refrain of, quote, we can't just keep throwing more money at the problem like we've always done, end quote, which is what Governor Dunleavy was quoted by Alaska Public Media last week. This quote unquote always was one time, and it was in the 70s. The governor also likes to parrot this line about how an increase to the BSA, quote, doesn't address student outcomes. Mr. Dunleavy, allow me to explain this abstract concept. The Alaska BSA has been underfunded for so long, the deficits are now more than the sum of its parts. Because the BSA literally does not cover the costs of running our school district, the Fairbanks North Star Borough is closing a second set of schools 1 year after closing the first round. Stay with me here. One of the schools facing imminent closure is Pearl Creek. This is a 40-year staple to the surrounding community, but more importantly, it's full. There are no empty classrooms. There's usually a wait list of zone exemptions, trailing behind already too large class sizes. It's also the top-rated elementary school in the entire district in the school climate survey. The attendance rates and academic performance are also measures of its effectiveness as an educational institution with, wait for it, good student outcomes. So why is it slated for closure? Deferred maintenance costs, physical improvements and/or repairs to the literal building, which are also funded through the BSA, deferred from previous years because the school board couldn't spare the money at the time they were due. They could not afford it. And so Pearl Creek went without the maintenance, never believing our patience would be grotesquely twisted into a justification to do away with the school altogether. Honestly, at this point, the fact that that's unfair doesn't even matter because the school board simply does not have the money to make it right. Instead, the highest rated elementary school in the district is slated to close because we can't afford to run it, because the government refuses to fund education. Pray tell, Governor, do you believe that the closures of more schools, adding disruption, displacement, and long commutes to thousands of students' lives will positively affect student outcomes? The luxuries cut in the past due to underfunding include high student-to-teacher ratios and multitudes of aides, tutoring programs, and other support programs that helped kids who struggled but who did not meet the criteria for academic support through SPED. That criteria is being 2 full academic years behind. But with SPED as the only resource available, you end up with 3rd graders who can't read and 4th graders who don't understand place value.
I'm sorry.
And then you
Ms. Lewis,
wonder
that's time.
why we have outcomes that are poor. Sorry, is that time?
It is. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
Thank you. Oh, nope, there is a question. Ms. Maple.
Will you email that one in as well, please?
I will.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Jason Downing. I don't have that marked as online or in person. It's
Hello.
Oh, there we
Can
go.
you hear
Thank
me?
you. We can hear you.
Yes, I'm online here. Jason Downing, last name Downing. I live off Farmers Loop. I have had kids in Pearl Creek and many other schools throughout the district. I would like to support a lot of the previous comments about all the schools in the community. I hope that everyone in the legislature and is listening. In general, I support the increase of the tax cap and putting money into our schools. I would hope that the BSA gets increased to make it equitable, and I'd like to support our educators and the teachers fully. Community and neighborhood schools are critical in providing well-rounded educational opportunities to students, so we must invest in the education, support the teachers to retain the quality teachers, and prevent a community brain drain from Fairbanks. I acknowledge that all of the hard work by all of the teachers at all the schools. They all deserve extra support and admiration from the members of the community that unfortunately don't seem to want to step up all the time to support them financially. School closures hurt the entire community and are painful to Fairbanks and everywhere and to everyone in here. Education in places like this is essential for building a love of place and a love for Alaska. Place-based education is done beautifully at schools across our district, especially ones like Pearl Creek and other schools that have access to wonderful outdoor opportunities outside their doors. Our local community needs to step up where the state has fallen short. We need to do what we can to provide the best for our communities. Thanks again for the opportunity to speak and for the service you are all providing to our community. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Liam Wade.
My name is Liam Wade, W-A-D-E. I reside in North Pole. Good evening. My name is Liam Wade. I am a sophomore at North Pole High School. I'm here today to provide an alternative perspective on the possible closure of Ben Allison Junior Senior High School and the students' transition from Ben Allison to North Pole High School. While I do not believe in the closure of schools as a be-all, end-all in solving our $29 million deficit, I do believe wholeheartedly that in the event of a closure, the students transferring to North Pole would be welcomed with open arms, as well as it being beneficial to Ben Eielson as well as North Pole populations. After the announcement of Ben Eielson's positioning on the shortlist and the realization that these kids could join our classrooms, our halls, our sports, and our clubs, we as the students and staff have been taking action to make sure that these frustrated or otherwise confused students would walk into our school and feel as though they belong. Just to name one specific example, our student council's elections are historically held in the spring. After hearing of the possibility of Ben Eielson's closure, we voted and passed a motion to push back elections to the fall in order to accommodate the transferring members, thanks to Raul Lopez's help. The following is a letter from a friend of mine who transferred to North Pole this fall from Ben Eielson, for which I've obtained permission to read off tonight. My experience at North Pole has been overall good. I felt fulfilled every day that I show up. The teachers have a passion and drive to deliver their curriculum. The sports here are supported with the qualified coaches as well as resources for rapid development. As a track athlete, North Pole has facilities my old school did not, and it's only 15 minutes away. The CTE wing is also another huge difference. We didn't have any CTE at Eielson. I'm excited to be able to take small engines culinary. Moving to North Pole is by far the greatest decision I've made in a very long time. The culture here is very cohesive with the style I live my life, and it will impact the way I act for the rest of my life. I'm truly thankful for the opportunity to go to school here. Signed, Axe. Both North Pole High School and Ben Eielson High in the past few years have seen a dwindling number of upperclassmen as a result of opening North Star Middle College. The lack of upperclassmen attending North Pole and Ben Eielson results in a lack of full advanced classes after sophomore year. The influx of students from Eielson would revitalize these programs and curriculums for both Eielson and North Pole students. While I do not believe that we would ever have to come to a point of possible closure for Ben Eielson Junior Senior High, I believe that my school fully embodies both our school's motto, believe, belong, become, as well as our district's excellence and equity for everyone. North Pole High is actively working hard to lay the framework to make the possible closure of Ben Eielson smooth for its upcoming students. As a student of North Pole, our students and staff are excited to welcome Ben Eielson's masses in the event the board does close Ben Eielson Junior Senior High. I stand here today not to talk to the board, but to talk to the parents and the students that are coming to North Pole in the event of the closure. We are willing to take your masses, willing to take your confusion and take it away from you, ease your issues and talk to you and be a friend, advocate for my peers and my friends, our students, our kids. Thank you for your time. Have a good night.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Sandy Woodward.
Hi, I'm Sandy Woodward, W-O-O-D-W-A-R-D, and I am from Solcha, out near Harding Lake. I'd like to appreciate his last comments because, of course, I'm talking about Ben Eielson. My kids went through Solcha Elementary and then on into Ben Eielson because that's our school. A lot of people don't realize that. They think it's a private school for military, but it's not. My oldest son is 51 years old. He went through those schools. He is now a superintendent for Gem Company. My next son is 39. He is a haul road and crossroad trucker, and he went to those schools and then he continued to trucking school. My youngest is 36 years old. She's a first grade teacher for 9 years, and now she's a mom of 5 and taking care of her family with her husband, and so she started her own tutoring business. So Eielson has been good for these kids. And now I have a 14-year-old granddaughter going to Eielson. And what's really been fun for her is some of her teachers were her dad's teachers. And that's kind of the way it is in a lot of times with these smaller schools. Eielson is a place that it is limited in the way of offerings for the election or for the electives. But I have talked to several students, many students actually, and I went back and talked to my own, and they all said, I did not hear one student, and I'm glad you did, because I didn't hear one student say anything about wanting to more electives. They liked the idea of a smaller school. Our motto is small but mighty but smaller. No, small but proud or something. I don't even remember what it is, but it's a good one. My daughter also was in flute. She was in band, and she actually managed to get a full ride scholarship on her band for a four-year college for doing flute. It's got a good music program. It's probably not as strong now, but I'm an advocate for that also. Let's see. Another thing that I was wondering about was our military. We say that we're really gung-ho for our military. We like them there. Everything's great. And so how does this balance off? Oh, we're going to close two-year schools. They closed Anderson, and they're talking about closing Eielson. I have worked through the school district for almost 20 years on all those schools. And I can see what happens when family comes. It's hard enough when all of their siblings are going, their parents are going, everybody's taking off. And then to have to move to another school, a school that's away. These people don't know about winter. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Michelle Thomas.
Hello, my name is Michelle Thomas, Thomas, and I reside in the North Bow area. And I'm here, I'm sorry, I want to say thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you all this evening. And I'm here to advocate for our amazing, outstanding custodians in the school district. I want to testify against outsourcing our custodians because outsourcing our custodians will have a very huge, will it hinder their morale. Not only that, but they will have uncertainty about their job security, and it will also affect their productivity. I've noticed since I've worked for the school district, the long-standing relationship between our custodians and other members of the community help promote safety, whereas if we were to outsource our custodians, that would not be a part of the school community, and our schools would not be as safe as they are now. Custodians would definitely suffer a loss of wages and insurance if outsourcing is approved, which would lead to chronic financial worries for our custodians, and it would hinder their physical and mental well-being. Our custodians are a part of the school community, and we care very, very much about our custodians. I want to say that outsourced custodial companies use inexpensive supplies to save money, which can be very harmful to district employees and items within the school. Critical assets such as computers and projectors can be damaged by low-quality cleaning products. In conclusion, cutting any positions within the school district will have a profound impact on the mental well-being of our employees. It will cause a financial strain on employees, and they will have to deal with the pressure of re-entering a competitive job market. I want to close and say, please, please protect our valuable and hard-working employees because they are doing a wonderful, wonderful job in the school district. As always, thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Ms. Bonnie Mund.
Hi, my name is Bonnie Mund, M-U-N-D. First of all, thank you so much for being here and for, again, taking the time to listen. The fact that you added public testimony last night was just incredible. Like, you are making these opportunities for everyone to be heard. We're hearing from each other that way and coming up with new things to research, new things to look at, new suggestions to send your way. So it is really benefiting all of us as a whole. I would like to speak to the parent involvement at Pearl Creek Elementary. In some ways, we are in a position around Pearl Creek with such a long history and the families that are nearby of parents who have the flexibility and the time to come in and be involved. But I will also say that even just in my really just 2 years of being very involved with the PTA and volunteering within the school, I have seen so many new parents come in who initially would maybe come in, pick up their kids or drive at the curb. And then later on down the year, they are helping organize an event or volunteering for something that they weren't involved with the previous year. And that to me speaks to a culture of invitation. And I can't think of the right words, but really just like helping parents and families feel that what they have to bring is enough. And what they don't already know about how to be engaged and involved, they can learn, they can ask the questions, they can approach almost anybody within the school, including a fair amount of our students, and find out how things work, how they have worked, what's changed over the past few years, what we might want to see again. That history of involvement and invitation to new folks coming in is huge. I have not been involved in other schools, so I don't know whether or not that exists everywhere. I have a feeling it does to one extent or another. But I see it at Pearl Creek. I get to hold the stop sign at the end of the day. Sorry, I'm rambling a little bit, but I get to hold the stop sign at the end of the day. So I wave off every single parent and a fair amount of staff at the end of the day. I wave them in when they're coming to the pickup line. I wave them out when they finally got their kids and they're on their way. And then I've started seeing those faces inside our school, which means that they are comfortable, welcomed, and feel empowered to enter the school and become part of our learning environment. And that's huge. Yeah, thank you so much again.
Thank you for your testimony. That concludes the list of people I have pre-signed up for testimony. If there's anyone else in the room, you just need to come up, and same thing for anybody else.
My name is Ernest Kincaid, and I live in North Pole. However, tonight I'm speaking on behalf of Allison as school liaison. As I listened to the governor, his State of the State speech, and I call it his rebuttal to SB 140, he is adamant is not funding public education. So everybody is fighting. It seems like you're fighting the school board, but you're fighting with the governor. But one thing he said he would fund is more charter schools and more home schools. So figure that piece out. Take him at his task. I don't know the difference between, I don't know where that come from. I don't know the difference between, well, I do know the difference. Charter schools their basic thing, the one data point is they have lower PTR. They get more instructional time in front of a teacher. That what makes them perform better than public school, period, across the board. Once PTR goes above 16, score starts to fall. That's nationwide, and that's data points, right? It's not science that you can't figure it out. You can read this anywhere. So if you can control how many students you have in your class, then perhaps that would make the governor say, okay, perhaps this is what I want. I would charter every school in the district, so now fund that. That's what I would do, but that's just me. You can call it charter, whatever you want. It's still ran by the district, right? And that the report he's talking about coming from Harvard, it says in the same sentence, Alaska is #1 in the nation in charter schools, and also #3 in public schools in 4th and 8th grade reading and math. The same sentence. I don't know how you tout a study and not take the whole sentence, right? So I would have more charter schools, whatever that means. I don't know what that means for the administration side of the house, but from what I understand, the BSA supports the charter school just like it supports the public side, right? Right now, the administration wants to support charter schools. I would charter all of them. So how do you like that? Fund that. All right, fighting with his own words. That's all I'm saying. If that's what he wants to fund, thank you. We'll do that for you. Any questions?
I don't see
By the way,
any.
Deed probably does not have a charter office at Deed, so, which he also taught. Ask Deed. You can ask me about some working with Deed. I've been working with Deed for 8 years now. Ask me about Deed. But yes, that's what I would do. Any questions?
I'm not seeing, oh, no, I'm not seeing any. Thank you so much for your testimony. If there's anyone else that would like to speak, the chair is yours.
I'm back. My name's Becky Hammer, Hammer. And I'm here from Pearl Creek Charter School. Future. Oh. I would like to talk about class size. I really love my job, and one of the things I've said over the last dozen years when I've been asked if I could have 2 or 3 more kids in my class, I've always said, sure, I can do it. So now I have like 32 in my reading intervention class, and I have 30 in my math class. And it's very difficult to really help every single child in a 70-minute math class when more than half of them need one-on-one proximity, close instruction. And you can do whole group instruction, you can have kids working in small numbers, but pretty soon when you have that many kids, it gets loud. And I would like to thank those of you that have come to the school. I know we had a couple different board members at Pearl Creek this last week, and they both came to my room, and they both came during math. They got to see how that really rolls. I want to remind you that when we're teaching reading and math and social studies and science or art or whatever we're teaching, we're also teaching self-regulation. We're teaching how to share. We're teaching how to teach each other. You know, we're dealing with meltdowns. We're dealing with kids who have different sensory issues where too much noise, they can't learn, or they just melt down. And these are 4th graders. They're not even 1st graders. And so on any given day, they always say teachers make, like 100 decisions every 5 minutes. It's really true because you're having to be like this sensitive kind of amoeba that's not only dealing with curriculum and teaching, but you're dealing with 30 different kids and all their individual needs and what might be going on with them that week or that day or that hour. If we're really going to help our students become engaged, successful citizens, to put them in this kind of a situation where they're sort of drowning in all the noise of their peers, it's not fair to them. And it sure as heck isn't fair to tell teachers they're not doing a good job when those students are not thriving. And I think it's really important that we really think about those lovely charter schools with their caps of 20 or 19 or 22 or whatever number they've decided students can learn at. And then you say, well, in the public schools, we're gonna have it be 30, 35. It's not going to have successful student outcomes. Thank you guys for letting us speak.
Thank you for your testimony.
Flora Roddy, Roddy. I live in the Fairbanks area. I want to give a little shout out to Mr. Kaufman over there. He's a first-year teacher. When I saw him, I think it was last Saturday or the Saturday before at the spelling bee, I saw him drive up in a car, and I'm like, hey, that kid's too old to be in the spelling bee. If he's driving himself, he's too old. He's past the age limit. He is the coach of the winner of the 2024 Interior Alaska Spelling Bee, Mr. Eldon Weir from Ben Eielson Junior High. Our winner is going to be taking a trip to Washington, D.C. to represent Interior Alaska in the Scripps National Spelling Bee at the end of May. And I just want to give him some kudos for being a great spelling bee coach, having a great principal over there, Mr. Bell. Homegrown schools, homegrown kids, homegrown champions. This is what our community schools bring out. They have the time to work with the kids. And Mr. Governor Dunleavy needs to fund education. But shout out to him. This year was the first year in a long time that we have had all district winners from first to a tie to third. So we have no, he's seventh grader, isn't he? Okay, so Eielson, seventh grader, first place. A Barnett, seventh grader, for second place. And we had a tie for third place. Eighth grader from Randy Smith and a fifth grader from Anderson Crawford. Having kids be able to do activities at school, after school, in their communities, with the people they go to school with is so important for these young people. So I know I'm preaching to the choir when I tell you all we need to fund our schools because you all know that. So I encourage everyone to vote when the tax cap vote comes along. I encourage everybody to contact their legislators, their senators, their congressmen, their governor to fund education. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else?
Good evening. It's Jackie Muehlbauer, M-U-E-H-L-B as in boy, A-U-E-R. I'm super proud of Fairbanks right now. We are listening to, I don't know how many hours, I've lost count, of testimony tonight, but we're all speaking with one voice. And we're all here, including our school board members, because we cherish this community. And with that in mind, I have some questions after listening to the budget meeting last night, which I was not able to attend. I am wondering, what is deferred maintenance of ADC? What is the district's priority? Is it numbers or money? Is it our children? Why are we adding positions for best mid-year that have not been budgeted for? I understand the reasons. I listened to the whole thing. But I know for me, if I'm given a budget and I have contracts that leave me outside that budget, I probably would freeze enrollment, freeze hiring, and renegotiate those contracts. I wouldn't necessarily add positions outside of my budgetary constraints. And this is just one example highlight from last night, which shows a marked trend that others have spoke to of reactionary policies. We need to do better. I implore you to stop and think about what your priorities are. What's your long-range plan? You need to zoom out. I heard multiple times that we need to not let our emotions get the better of us. I am also captivated by my emotions sometimes, a lot of times. But I'm begging you to zoom out. Let your emotions, whatever they may be, you have powerful brains that can make decisions. But I think we're being too focused on the numbers, on the budgets, and not focused enough on some of these other priorities that are just as important, if not more so. It was mentioned last night that other factors were considered for school closures. What are they? I've read the documents. I've been to all the meetings. It sure seems like it's transportation and building size. So if there are other factors, I'd like to see them. I don't want to think the worst of everyone. I don't want to make everyone an enemy. Just let us know what they are so we can all make informed choices and informed testimonies. Was middle school consolidation considered in these plans? Is Pearl Creek the only school being considered for closure with students that would be displaced twice? Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Hello. Hi, I'm Kim Wallingford, Wallingford. I'm from Fairbanks. I'm a teacher. This is my 20th year teaching in Fairbanks. I am the parent of Fairbanks graduates. I was a regular ed teacher for 18 years, and I've been an ELP teacher for 2 years. I work at Pearl Creek, and I am a forever Falcon because I was at U Park for 10 years, because that's how schools work, right? Once you're part of them, you're always part of them. And that's one of the reasons why public schools work, and they're amazing in our communities. And I want to speak to people about a lot of things. I want to speak about funding ELP, especially in the middle schools. I want to talk about saving our schools, all of our schools that serve our military communities, the communities that serve our community. We are not Fairbanks without Eielson and Fort Wainwright. I want to talk about saving our communities. Oh, I just lost my train of thought, sorry. Our schools that work for our rural communities, because they are doing the job that they need to do, and we need them. But I'm going to talk about PTR, because the formula we use in this district is a little bit misleading. I've heard people talk all day about raising a class size to 35. But the way we do our formula, we use an average to make class sizes. So 2 years ago, my last year teaching 6th grade, it's why I left, because 6th grade went to middle school. It's part of the reason why we have a lot of extra room in our schools, by the way. There's no 6th grade in elementary anymore. My last year teaching 6th grade, 2 years ago, I had 36 kids in my class. 36. The PTR was way below that then. The classroom next door to me, the 4-5, it had 29 or 30 kids. The classroom on the other side had 29 kids, and the other 4th grade classroom had, I believe it was 28 at the time. Our numbers, because they're based on averages, go significantly above what they're saying. So you can't raise it by 5 without realizing that you could be raising it by 10 or 12. The 1st grade classes at Denali, they lost a teacher after the school year started due to PTR, the averages that are made. The 1st grade class at Denali has 28 kids. The K1 has 28 kids. The kindergarten class, I believe, has 27 kids. When you raise the PTR by 5 kids, you could possibly be raising it by 10 to 12. And I can't even talk about high school, middle school numbers, because I don't know how they do that. I know that they're crazy. So much respect to them. So anyways, thank you for listening. Please consider what these numbers really mean and the communities that are being impacted. Thank you.
We have a question for you, Mr. Burgess.
When we're talking about the way that that PTR is presented as an average like that, do you think it would be better to present it as a range or give more kind of statistics around that?
I think it'd be super important to be more transparent with it and then possibly find a different model because that's what happens. Like we're talking about teaching kids to read in first grade in a Title I school and there's 28 kids in a classroom. I mean, and that's before you raise it higher. So I think something's got to change. Yeah.
Follow up. So
Sure.
if we did like, if we presented like what I call fifth grade statistics, mean, median, mode, that kind of thing, would that help?
I think so.
Okay.
Couldn't hurt for sure. Thank you.
Yep. Just one statement disguised as a question. Are you aware that our district data dashboard does do mean, median, mode and gives us like real-time, everyday specific data on PTR in every classroom across our district?
I am aware of that, yes. Thank you.
For the listening public.
Yes. Thank you.
What would a board meeting be without me? Rebecca Baxter, Baxter. I am a member of Fairbanks, taxpayer and all that good stuff. I wanted to come not to say, let's not close schools. We need to focus on the PTR. Just like Ms. Wallingford was saying, when I was teaching, that's really loud. When I was teaching at my previous school, the PTR was 23. I had 29 third graders. I was lucky to take them to fourth. When you can loop to fourth or the next grade, 29 is easy. Well, easy because you've had the time to build that relationship with them. However, I'm tired and I love my job. And I can't tell you how many teachers every day we talk to who love their job. It's not because, woo, we get such way more papers to correct and yay, another training to do and ooh, a government mandate to be a better teacher. Okay, it's not that, it's the kids. It's the kids, it's the community. And that's why we do this job. I'm tired. I have 24 and I'm so thankful for my 24 fourth graders. But they're a lot because they're not robots, they're humans. And then I have 24 humans that I had trying so desperately to reach and to connect with. And the idea of teaching 30, it's like, holy moly. The only reason I am on top of my game with grading is because my 5-year-old comes to work with me every Saturday because I have to spend 6 hours, and I wish that was that's actually an underestimation, but about 6 hours on Saturdays to grade. Why am I grading? Because the kids produce work and I want to communicate with not only my students, but their families. There's a reason they're doing their work. It's important. And so my son gets to go to school, do lots and lots of coloring. And I grade papers. And why do I grade papers there? Because I don't want to take it home and because it's more fun to do dishes than to grade papers. But the PTR, it's not just numbers. These are humans. And when we just look at them on paper, oh yeah, 30, not too bad. Well, you come to my classroom. Show me how it's done. Or, I don't know, maybe not make me do as much, like just maybe reading and writing and math. No science, social studies, art, health, social skills, computer skills, handwriting, cursive, spelling. Ooh, I could, spelling, we got Google for that, right? So it sounds ludicrous to say we're not going to teach them everything because guess what? We're teachers. We do everything. It's because it's what we do. Also, with my last 15 seconds, I want to say shout out to Stephen from last week, the custodian. Somebody asked how custodians directly impact teachers. And for quite a few years as a single lady, staying really late at work as a new teacher, he saved my bacon more than once. And I like bacon. Feel free to ask me questions. I like to talk. No, never.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else in the room?
Hi, my name is John Doty, D-O-T-Y. I live in Fairbanks, and my wife is a teacher at Tickassook Brown. full disclosure. This could work for and against me. One of the things, I've been watching the videos, I did my homework, and no, everything in this budget is not linked together when you go on the web. I had to go through 5 or 6 different web pages to dig down to find the information I was looking for. But one of the things I didn't see is, why aren't we pursuing Department of Defense and converting Eielson and Fort Wainwright over to DoD schools? If you were to unload those schools would not have to close. DoD would pick up all the cost if we could figure out how to do it. And it just requires asking a question and probably gonna run into the word no a lot. But we have 2 senators who do an awfully good job for Alaska, who can get rules changed for us if it requires a rule change or a waiver. Again, we're in Alaska. We always bend the rules a little bit. We always shape the rules a little bit. So why aren't we pursuing DoD? If you just move the if you move Anderson Crawford off and, excuse me, Arctic Light off, you save $37 million if you can get them off of your books. It's not gonna happen this year, but it could happen next year. And in one of your meetings, you talked about delaying shutting schools down for 1 year and letting the public know it's coming, but we're gonna talk about it some more. And that was in one of your meetings. The other part is, if we're gonna go down the road of shutting down schools, and Tickasuk Brown is on there, we need to revisit Midnight Sun. I know it's on the list, and you said hands off. The question is, why is it hands off? Because when you look at the numbers, Tickasuk Brown and Midnight Sun run parallel. They both got the same FCI rating, which is the quality of the building. They're both a 3.6. In fact, Midnight Sun uses more water than Tickasuk Brown. One of the issues for closing Tick was water. Well, the water's been screwed up for the last 20 years, and all of a sudden it's an issue. Midnight Sun has water issues. Their water gets trucked in. Not sure why. Not familiar with that. I don't know if it's a well issue, if it's a sulfolene issue, but their water gets delivered too, and we're paying for that. So when you parallel all those numbers, they're even. The reason to close Midnight Sun, location, location, location. You wanted to move forward with Best? Well, fine, put a Best out in North Pole. If Best brings in all that capital that you want, then put Best in North Pole in a central location, repurpose that building with all of those things that you want and that you were talking about, or at Nordale, duplicate that. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else in the room wishing to speak? Seeing none, public testimony is now closed. And I'm going to give, well, first, I'm going to ask the board for a motion to extend.
Move to extend to 10 p.m.
Second.
And now we're going to take a 10-minute recess to let people be humans. The time is now 9:05, and I would like to bring us back to order. There's the right words. And unfortunately, my computer decided right now to reload the page. So we are on the Borough Assembly report, and that will be provided via Zoom by Assembly Member Liz Reeves Ramos.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
All right. So for those of you who were concerned, there was at least one assembly member listening to all the testimony tonight. I'm going to talk about something that everybody already knows, but for the most part, I'm hoping. The Assembly did approve ordinance number 2024-07, an ordinance providing for a tax revenue cap revision for education, setting a special election and amending the fiscal year 2023-2024 budget by appropriating $125,000 from the general fund balance to the Department of Assembly to fund a special election. And so you can find more information about the special election on the borough's website. But basically, Proposition A is going to be on the ballot, and it's going to read, shall the Fairbanks North Star Borough be authorized to increase its maximum allowable tax revenue for area-wide taxes by $10 million to fund education? The additional tax revenue includes taxes from any area-wide source, including property taxes, tobacco excise tax, hotel motel room tax, alcoholic beverage tax, or marijuana and marijuana product sales tax. If the additional revenue is solely raised through property tax revenue, it is the equivalent of approximately $1 mil or $100 per $100,000 of assessed taxable value of real property. And again, that the special election will be held on May 7th. I emailed your clerk earlier today because I thought that you might like to see our upcoming budget work sessions. So I believe that your clerk emailed that all, and I apologize if you scrolled under her her message to the one that she forwarded. There was a typo in there, and I'm very sorry for not proofreading before hitting send. So basically, there's a lot of finance committee meetings coming up, and one thing for the public to note is that there's no public hearing or opportunity for public testimony during those finance committee meetings or committee of the whole meetings. So it's only at regular assembly meetings. The next regular assembly meeting where we will have time for public hearing will be on Thursday, March 14th. And then there's upcoming in April, there's 3 Saturday work sessions for the budget, April 13th, April 20th, and then I believe April 27th is only if necessary. This is my first time going through a budget season, so I'm not exactly sure. And then one thing to note is that on May 16th, there is a regular assembly meeting at 6 p.m. And it's my understanding that the only thing on this assembly meeting is time for public hearing on ordinance number 2024-20, which is the proposed fiscal year 24-25 budget. So that entire evening is set aside for public hearing. And then we will reconvene on the 23rd for assembly debate and voting. And I think that's all I have to update you guys on.
So I believe we have some questions for you.
I might have some answers.
I didn't hear the, sorry, my turn?
Yes, Ms. Maple.
I didn't hear the last date that you said. I know the 14th there will be opportunity for public comment. What was the other date you said?
May 23rd, so the following Thursday will be the reconvened assembly meeting where there'll be the assembly debate and voting.
Okay, thank you.
And I have some, if I'm not seeing others. So does the borough budget affect the school district budget? And if so, would you recommend people testify about education needs at that time?
Yes, the borough budget does affect the school district's budget, and that's why any regular assembly meeting, there's time for public testimony. It's item 6B, which is when items not on the agenda would be probably the best time for people to come and testify.
Thank you. Ms. Marati.
Thank you. Can you tell me if people would like to provide written testimony to assembly members, what's the best way to do that?
By emailing assembly@fnsb.gov. And assembly, I'm gonna write it so it's ASSEMBLY@fnsb.gov, and that will go to every single assembly member.
And I have one more for you. Does the ordinance that created the special election that you referenced remove the tax cap, or would it be more accurate to say that it raises the tax cap, and even if it were passed, that new higher tax cap would still be below the established tax cap from last year?
I can't answer the second part of that question. I don't know for sure, but the first part is that it is asking Fairbanks North Star Borough residents to increase the tax cap by $10 million.
But not remove it?
No, not remove it. It's just asking it to increase.
Thank you. I am seeing no further questions for you. Thank you so much for sticking around and providing the assembly report.
Yeah. Have a great night.
Next on our agenda, we have a new but will become a standard item, which is board committee reports. I don't know if Ms. Burnett, I know she has one, if she's ready to go. If not, we can go to people in the room.
I am. Thank you, President Hardy. I just have a quick one. I am excited to announce that the Parental Engagement Committee finally had its first meeting, and it was a really great meeting. We are collecting ideas on ways to reach out further, things that maybe might be unorthodox, things maybe we have not tried before when it comes to parental engagement. And the parents and members on the committee have already given us a lot of really great ideas to bring back, such as fixing our surveys a little bit to have better pinpointed questions for the public, and possibly even looking at exit surveys, which I was really interested in. Our next meeting will be on the 28th of March, of March, and we are also going to be attending the night that they have going on over at Denali Elementary School. Sorry, I've been sick for a few days, so I'm very scattered. But we'll be attending the family night that's going on over at Denali on the 27th, and then holding another meeting on the 28th. So really looking forward to more ideas and just more meetings with the Parental Engagement Committee to see how we can help our schools. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Burnett, and for sticking with us yesterday and today, even though you are ill. Are there any other board members that would like to provide? We'll go to Ms. Maple.
Sorry, I tried to turn my microphone on my laptop. We had our policy, sorry, I'm trying to find my notes. We had our policy committee meeting while Aaron and I were down in Juneau, and we reviewed for the second time the mobile learning devices, which is now under AASB is called the portable electronic devices policy. So we met on that back in December and then circled back. We made a lot of edits and suggestions that Ms. Dillard took into consideration and got advice from principals, kind of ran our ideas by some additional principals. There are some on the committee. And we got what we think is ready to come before the board, so that'll be coming eventually. And then we discussed the two things that came up were in looking at the state board associations policies. They do not have valedictorian or salutatorian. So we talked about the value or lack thereof of getting in line with AASB on that. And it kind of came down to wanting to get more information from our community. We also talked about weighted grades. Specifically, what was coming before us was whether or not, to talk about, was whether or not approved college courses should get that potential 5-point weighted grade like AP courses do. And what we talked a lot about equity and accessibility to both of these things. And have suggestions to put forward. Again, wanted to gather a little bit more information, but wanted to make sure the priority is making sure that we don't create a system that, or enable a system that creates unhealthy competition, or that allows some students that have more access to various resources to be able to pull off a higher GPA than their peers. So lots of big things to consider, lots of additional information that we want to gather. And then the last thing that we discussed at the policy committee meeting is a global edit to all of our policies to move away from the language of parents and switching either to guardians, caregivers, families. So we're having a conversation about what that means. And, you know, pretty much unanimous support of moving away, either doing, you know, 2 slashes, that it's parents, guardians, caregivers, or a more inclusive, whether it's families. But then the one thing that came up was really then digging into, are there ever situations where that would get in the way legally? So that was the next question to start evaluating. So that's where we ended. And the policy committee is really going to be focusing on policies that would potentially be removed as we transition to AASB policies, rather than going through and editing policies that are already going to come before the board as a whole. But hopefully we'll get the portable electronic devices before everybody soon. We did a lot of work on it, so I'm excited about it. That's all.
Thank you to you and your committee for that great work. Mr. Burgess.
Thank you. So I don't believe that the curriculum committee has met between the previous meeting and this one, but we did have an opportunity to visit a classroom at North Pole High School where there's a pilot course going on called Amped on Algebra. It was a really awesome opportunity, and really grateful to Mr. Beam for arranging that. And just wanted to a little bit about the course. It's a combined math and CTE course, which has really stimulated these kids' interest in learning. We saw 100% engagement in that class. Every single one of those students was active, working with their groups, clearly learning the material, and what's more, you could tell they were enjoying it. I even asked some of them, you know, do you like this class? Emphatically, the response was yes. I followed up, is it your favorite class? Again, an emphatic yes from multiple students. So I'm just really proud of the work that they're doing. And I even got a t-shirt out of it because that's one of the things that they do as a business, is they work on, they make these t-shirts for the business side, the CTE side, and sell them at sports rallies, things like that, sports, various events. So yeah, thank you to Mr. Williams and Ms. Anderson for the shirt and the great experience. And then just to conclude, we have our next meeting this Thursday, March 7th, and we will be voting on whether to recommend the science curriculum to the board. So looking forward to that as well. Thank you.
Thank you to you and your committee for their hard work. Ms. Marati?
I have the pleasure of chairing the diversity committee, and we are working very hard on a resolution to bring awareness and acceptance to staff and students with disabilities. We even had Ms. Hardy come in and participate in some of our discussions. And at the next diversity committee meeting, which is tomorrow evening, we will be going over the next version or draft of that resolution. We'll also be hearing from our special education department as our partner, community partner presentation. So every diversity committee meeting we have, we welcome a community partner or a department partner to come and present to the diversity committee to tell us what diversity, equity, and inclusion looks like through their lens. So super excited to hear about both of those. And then at our last meeting, we prioritized our priorities for the next year. One of them was the resolution that I was just talking about. The other one is tribal consultation member on the committee and on the school board, and culturally responsive professional development, and diversity committee standards and suggestions for principal hiring committees. So those would be some of the things that we work on this year, and I'm really excited to get some of this work done. They're doing a great job.
Thank you to you and your committee for the hard work. And I have a question for all of you. Are there any openings currently on your committees? Ms. Marati.
We have one. It's an ESSA position vacancy open right now.
And nobody?
No openings on curriculum. Thank you.
I have 2 ESSA openings.
So can anyone let us know how ESSA could apply to be on those committees? I am less sure on that one. Oh, Ms. Marati feels comfortable answering.
I just know from experience, and Carm can correct me if I'm wrong, but typically those that are interested go through the president of their organization or association, and then that person works with Carm and the admin support staff on each committee to get them on there.
Awesome, thank you.
Actually, the presidents of all of the unions will reach out to find out if anybody's interested, and then they'll send me the names. So.
Thank you so much. That concludes our first committee report agenda. And now we will move to the president's report. So I had the absolute pleasure of attending Annie about 2 weeks ago at the musical out at North Pole High School. And just like with Shrek, I was absolutely blown away. My children were blown away. I have been trying to convince them to get into acting and like try some of the great things we have in our community. And my youngest is finally like, yes, how do I do this? So that's very exciting, and it is a credit to those amazing students out there that put it on. And I know it was a partnership with many community partners that were in the pit, as well as Borough Catholic had students participating in it, and I think some other district schools, but I'm not entirely positive. But it was, once again, just this amazing community effort to allow our students to truly shine. On that same vein, currently right now at the Bear Gallery is our Up With Art competition, where we had over 300 submissions from district students K through 12. It is such an impressive display of the vast variety of artistic talents of our students, and we are so grateful to the Fairbanks Art Association for their longstanding partnership with the district in putting this show on year after year. And the executive director, Jess Panette, I'm going to say her name wrong, Pena, I think she said it's been going on for 30 years when I was there, but I'm not entirely positive. But that is a long-standing, wonderful benefit of our community partnerships. Again, I have, over the past 2 weeks, had the pleasure of getting to read aloud from various graphic novels to 4th grade girls at Arctic Light, Anderson Crawford, and tomorrow I get to go to Barnett Magnet for the first time. I've visited the others a few times for this, as part of Gals Read. I've truly missed the magic of getting to read aloud to students, and I can say those sessions have been the absolute highlight of every day that I've gone there. Thank you to the amazing school librarians who I got to know and talk to and find more about their programs, at each school who welcomed me into their spaces, allowed me to be a part of the magic they create every day for our students. Guys and Gals Read is another shining example of community partnerships with organizations that provide a wonderful service to our district at no cost. And that is only through the dedication of numerous community volunteers. They are always looking for new volunteers for both Guys and Gals Read. So if you would like to participate, you can find out more at guysgalsread.org. So GUYSGALSREAD.org. Yesterday, I was given the opportunity to be invited testimony for the Senate Education Committee on their hearing on charter schools. I was invited to speak with members of the committee on the district's past experience with our charter schools, how they operate now, and the ways we feel the state could step in and better support all Alaskan charter schools. A few interesting pieces of information I researched as part of providing that testimony include we have some of Alaska's first and oldest charter schools. Chinook Montessori School, which opened in 1996, is both the first charter school in Alaska and the oldest charter school in Alaska. We also have one of the newest charter schools, Discovery Peak, which opened in 2020. Currently, there are 884 students enrolled in our district's 5 charter schools, which comprise about 7% of our total student enrollment. I also shared with the committee the importance of an increase to the BSA, not only for our district's neighborhood schools and district programs, but also for our district's charters. Charter schools are public schools, and their funding is directly tied to the BSA. So they would benefit from a BSA increase just like any other district school. They too have felt the pinch of years of flat funding and have to cut services and have to have a balanced budget with their reduced purchasing, or have to pass a balanced budget even with the reduced purchasing power of inflation and the increased cost of labor and energy. And I'm going to go a little off script because we've had a lot of talk about charter schools, and it's something I'm uniquely capable of talking about. My children attend a charter school, and when we joined that charter school during the pandemic, I didn't know anything about charter schools. I was very much like the rest of the community. It was a thing, it was available, so I applied. Now I know a lot about charter schools. So this is my opportunity to speak and kind of give the public a little bit of an understanding. Charter schools and their funding is created in state statute. And they are, in a sense, little mini districts. So they take their PTR, and it is run through the foundation, or not their PTR, sorry, I'm going to get the words right, their average daily enrollment found the same way in our October count as everywhere else. And then that is run through a foundation formula, and that comes out a number. It has the same multipliers that the district goes through. It's just at a much smaller scale. And then that number is the charter school's budget, less a 4% administration fee that goes to the district. And with that, they have to figure out how to staff their schools. So when we hear that charter schools have really low PTR, they have prioritized that PTR over some other things. They don't often have a counselor. They have chosen to have multi-grade age levels. They've chosen to do things differently. That's kind of the idea of a charter, but it comes at trade-offs. Currently, none of our charters have transportation costs. There are give and take, and they decide that, and they have a governing body called an APC, which is like their own little mini school board, and they get to choose how that's run. And that APC is comprised of teachers, community members, and parents. And then that APC kind of answers to this overall school board. We're what is called an LEA, and that means we oversee all of the schools in the district, including our charters. But we don't get to tell them mostly how they spend their budget. But we are in charge of making sure they provide special education support and other federally mandated services. And we provide a lot of support to them through administration and other ways. So charter schools are a great option. They are not an option for every student. and they are not an option for every school. And I'm actually curious, and it was going to be one of the things I asked Superintendent Minor, how much would some of our neighborhood schools lose if they were to become a charter as far as funding? They have much larger populations. Most of our charter schools do not have 400 students, but it comes with trade-offs. And I can speak to my own son's charter school. The building maintenance costs is also a huge part of our budget. It is absolutely eating away what we can offer to students because we pay a tremendous amount, like over $70,000 last year in natural gas. That comes out of their budget. They pay those costs. The district does not. Back on script. For any charter school families listening tonight, please contact your legislators and the governor and advocate for them to support the final passage of SB 140. This includes an 680 BSA increase and other language that will improve the services the state offers to support our district's charters. We are all in this together, and Juneau needs to hear that our Golden Heart community supports its schools, all of our schools. And last, I'm going to try not to cry. The board would like to send its heartfelt condolences to Ms. Sanderson and her family as they navigate the devastating loss of her husband, Staff Sergeant William Henry Sanderson, Jr., who passed away on February 4th. The board will welcome back Ms. Sanderson in early April after she has taken the time she needs to grieve in the company of her family and loved ones, and that is with the full support of the board and the district administration. And with that, I've concluded my report. Next on the agenda is the superintendent's report.
Thank you, President Hardy. I want to thank the community for continuing to engage in the recommended budget process and the continued advocacy to fund education at an adequate level. Fairbanks voices are being heard. I continually hear that from folks in Juneau, and so I'm incredibly proud of our community for their advocacy efforts. It's interesting tonight that two board members referenced two upcoming podcast episodes, one on Guys Read and Gals Read. So if you're interested in hearing more about that or partnering with Guys Read, Gals Read, would love for you to check that out and then come in our schools and volunteer to read to our students. Additionally, Amped on Algebra, we'll do a deep dive into that, have a couple students on the podcast as well as the teachers, an amazing CTE and algebra course that's stacked and really applies the knowledge that they're learning in both of those areas to run a business. And so great things happening out there at North Pole, and excited that Mr. Burgess got to see it in action. I have lots of shout outs in my report tonight. Congrats to Principal Dershin, who was recently hired as Hutchinson High School's new principal. You might recognize his name. He's been in our district for a very long time, has most recently served as the Randy Smith principal for the past 10 years. And he was actually a member of the 2004 Hutchinson redesign team. And he said he had been interested in serving in the principal role and working at Hutchinson since that time. So we're incredibly excited for him to fill that position and continue the great legacy of Hutchinson High School. I'd like to congratulate the West Valley Marine Corps JROTC Precision Rifle Team for placing third at the State Precision Air Rifle Championships in Anchorage this past weekend. Congratulations to Chief Spilanick, our JROTC teacher at North Pole High School. He has been awarded the VFW Alaska Teacher of the Year Award, and he has a ceremony tomorrow morning. So I'll be out there congratulating Chief and celebrating with the North Pole High JROTC community. So great job and congratulations to Chief Spilanick. The Teaching and Learning Department, thank you to the Teaching and Learning Department for hosting the Interior Alaska Spelling Bee. There were over 50 registered participants. Eden Weir, a 7th grader at Ben Eielson High School, was the grand champion. In second place, Sydney Seavey, 7th grader at Barnett Magnet. And then a third place tie between Hope Morton, an 8th grader at Randy Smith Middle, and Lorraine Peter, a 5th grader at Anderson Crawford Elementary School. So a great showing by our students, and thanks for the staff and community members that volunteered their time to make that happen. Congrats to the Barnett Magnet School Science Olympiad team as they won the Alaska State competition. They competed against 12 other teams statewide at UAF in 16 various categories, and I'd like to wish them good luck as they head to nationals. A big thank you again to all of our music teachers that have volunteered their time and expertise in Music in Our Schools Month. There have been amazing concerts over the past several weeks, and there is one more concert this week. If you haven't hit those up, there's one more concert at Lathrop on March 7th at 7 p.m. It'll be an orchestra concert, so go check that out and support our students. And thank you for the amazing music that was provided here before our meeting this evening. It was so fun to see the elementary students in action. Our district safety committee is meeting on March 18th. This is a newly created committee this school year, and multiple employee groups are working together to proactively address any safety concerns that they're aware of in the district. I'd also like to thank our law enforcement community for continuing to meet with me and my administration on at least a quarterly basis. We recently had a meeting and talked about several pertinent topics, and it's just so great for their willingness to show up, engage in conversations, and have this joint effort around safety for our schools, and that's really unique here in Fairbanks. I would also like to give a shout out to both the law enforcement community and our IT team. They've been working on this project for more than a year to provide dispatch live feed access to our cameras in our schools. There are a lot of logistical hurdles involved, but a huge thank you to RJ Stevens, Devin Lambo, and Tony Taylor for making this happen, so thank you. Nutritional Services has made the leap into the vending world, and so as you're making your trip out to schools, they've purchased 3 vending machines. One is located at North Pole High and 2 at Lathrop, where they are now dispensing a wide variety of food and beverage items. And students and staff can use meal accounts, cash, and debit or credit cards to make purchases. And they have fresh salads, fruits, sandwiches, and breakfast items in these vending machines. And so I saw one. I actually didn't know this was happening. I was out at North Pole High for Annie, and I was like, what is this new vending machine? This is super cool. So I had to learn a little bit more about it, so we're getting the information out. But just a great offering for our students, and I love the unique way that Nutritional Services is trying to meet needs for our students. I'm looking forward to presenting at FNA's annual meeting this Friday and providing a report from the school district. I feel incredibly honored to be invited and have the opportunity to speak at their annual meeting. And it's really important to me that we continue to partner together, as they're an amazing partner, an amazing part of our school district. And so just really thank you, Melissa Charlie and Executive Director Steve Guinness, for the invite, and look forward to participating in that. I understand the maps and redistricting information the administration discussed with the Board of Education last night caused some confusion. I want to be clear that nothing has been decided about school closure, and none of the maps or scenarios we created for the board are final. This was purely for informational purposes for the board to see possibilities and have a look at the software platform used in helping make some of these decisions regarding redistricting. We know a lot more information, a lot more conversations will need to go into redistricting if the decision is made to close schools, but it was important for the board to have a look at these processes and be able to ask questions around it. Additionally, there have been calls this evening to see the CIP lists and resources the district has used to determine the short list of schools. The CIP list can be found on our website by going to the Facilities Management Department and then selecting capital improvement projects. Both the 6 and 20-year lists can be found on that website and have been there for quite some time. Additionally, the board's working document for school closures has a number of other resources linked in it that provides details. I want to express that there is no intent to withhold information from the community or the board. My team are doing the very best to be as transparent as we can with the information we are providing to the board for them to make decisions not only around school closures, but the other millions of dollars worth of cuts they are having to examine in this budget cycle. The board will be utilizing the Balancing Act tool with new recommendations for other cuts and possible savings the week of March 18th when they work through their recommended budget. I want to reassure the public that no decisions have been made regarding any of the weighty topics discussed over the past month. The board will continue to listen, continue to engage in conversations, continue to add to their Balancing Act tool, and then we'll have to make some incredibly difficult decisions to balance a budget that is devoid of adequate funding for our district. Lastly, I want to send my condolences to the Weller community impacted by a recent tragic accident. I want to thank Principal Thrun, our educators at Weller, our district prepared team, and the extra support staff that went to help at Weller today. And to all the parents and guardians and families out there, please do give your kids an extra hug and kiss tonight as you tuck them into bed. Thank you.
Are there any questions from the board? Ms. Marati?
Thank you for the update. I'm really excited about the FNA meeting that you're going to attend. Will there be an opportunity to talk to them about more collaboration? For example, the tribal consultation advisory seats on each committee and the need to fill those seats. I don't want to put it more on everyone's plate, but it is part of the compact agreement that we have with them, and I'd love to know more about that, about where they're at.
Yeah. So I don't know if I'll have a lot of opportunity to speak about it there, but we do tentatively have a work session planned for the board, I believe in April, to go over a joint work session with FNA to go over the mediated agreement, especially for new board members that haven't been around and have seen the mediated agreement, and then have conversations about greater collaboration and how we can ensure that they're partnering with us to provide better education for our Alaska Native students.
Ms. Maple?
Is the document that we looked at yesterday about administration available online yet? Or will it be?
I'm sorry about that. It's on board docs, and we can probably, Ms. Herbie and I have been discussing today of potentially putting some of those resources also on the budget page on our website as well. So it's easier for folks to find that information. And so it is out there, but we'll continue to look at ways to try to provide better access and easier access for people for that information.
Thank you.
Seeing no further comments, we will move to our next item. And for the listening public, Durham was unable to join us. We had to move them from a previous meeting, and they sat through the majority of the meeting to their credit, but we allowed public testimony to continue past that hour limit, and so they ended up not being able to provide their report that night, and tonight was not a good night for them. So we will expect that report at an upcoming meeting. So we will then move to the Alaska Reads Act report. And Executive Director of Teaching and Learning, Chayne Beam, and Assistant Superintendent Kate LaPlante will provide information and an update on the Alaska Reads Act.
I'll just take a minute to get set up on the screen.
And before they get started, I'll comment that this is one of the other reports that was bumped from the last meeting to tonight. So if you see dates that reference earlier in February, that's why, because these resources were prepared for that meeting.
All right, so
Move to extend to 11.
Second.
thank you so much. I'm very happy to be here with Chayne Beam, Executive Director of Teaching and Learning, with whom I have worked collaboratively with every step of this implementation for the district's literacy focus and response to the Alaska Reads Act. We are both pleased and proud to provide this third quarter update, which is also our first opportunity to highlight the encouraging growth of our students, which is really a testament to the hard work and dedication of all of our teachers, support staff, and principals. Every opportunity that I can to tie things back to our mission and vision, I like to do. So I'd like to highlight how perfectly reading instruction aligns with the school board commitment to increase academic achievement for all students. We continue to believe that reading is a fundamental right and a civic responsibility, as it is well established that reading not only improves academic success, but also improves a person's employment opportunities and health throughout their life. We have, okay, there we go. This is the testing calendar that covers the whole year. We're currently in the winter quadrant. So we have the MAP and the M class, which is what we're going to highlight tonight. But I also want you to know that we have 18 schools participating in NAEP, which is the National Assessment of Educational Progress, often referenced in national studies, which is primarily used to compare students across the states. We expect about 1,000 students to participate in this test from our district. We also have Access, which is an assessment required for English language learners. So in our district, that means about 393 students, 81 of which are new to us this year, will be administered this test. Access is used to determine which students have progressed from their English language acquisition and understanding to a level that allows them to exit ELL and continue to be successful. We have, I just want to highlight the data dates. We have had the September data dates, the January ones, and we still have the April ones. These have been put into the calendar thanks to the flexibility and the foresight of the school board to allow administration at the school level and teachers at the schools to review the data that they get from the M class and the MAP each quarter and make decisions about what best would meet the students' needs. And there's been a lot of movement, and as I've been visiting elementary schools during their walk to intervention times, I've been really excited to see the data walls that have been used and to see kids that have moved up incrementally, you know, to whole different levels. And I've seen groups that have kindergarten students and fourth grade students in the same group, either because for one or the other, that's what they needed.
So we'll take a look at MAP data first. That's on the screen. This is actually the fall MAP data. You have seen this before, but I do want to bring up and just kind of remind the board that MAP is given to grades 3 through 9. That would be reading and math. This right here is just about reading. And you can see that it has those 4 levels. If we compare that to the winter benchmark, again, grades 3 through 9, and we're going to put these together so you can compare them on this next slide. Now, what's interesting about this slide and the previous is that the way, as a reminder, the MAP benchmark tests is connected to the AK star. They're done by the same company, and theoretically, the MAP builds into the AK star. So these numbers and ratings would project onto the AK star. So if they took the winter benchmark, this is how it would break out for AK star. So what's exciting for us right now is that we can compare our 3rd through 9th grade projected to AK star. We can compare what it looked like in the fall and then in the winter that we just took. If you can see, the big picture basically is that our blue part, the advanced, increased by 5.6%. That's a significant jump in a short period of time. Proficient, which is a green, decreased by 0.8%, but that is probably because some of them jumped up to the blue part. The yellow decreased by 3.9%. That's a positive thing. And then the need support did decrease also by about 1%. So overall, the blue-green, which is really what we want, increased by 4.8% from fall to winter. We're super happy about that. Then if you look at this, you can kind of, there's a lot going on this, but you can see the blue and the green, and you can see that every grade level has 2 bars. So if you look at the very top, it says third F, which is fall, and third W, which is winter. And if you can follow that arrow, what we want is more green and blue. And you can see the arrow shows that for third graders, they grew. There are more kids in the green and the blue than there were in the fall. And that's true for every grade level except for 5th and 6th. So we're very happy about that overall. I do want to take a minute to talk a little bit about some things that we're doing in secondary, because for the last couple of times that we've talked about in-class, one of you has asked about, well, are we doing something for our secondary kids also? So I do want to point out the fact that many or most, if not all of our middle schools have their own Walk to Read program where they have created something where most, if not all, the kids in the middle school go to a specific reading group 3 days a week. Ryan does it for 45 minutes a day. And by the way, the Ryan staff actually presented at the Title I conference on the work that they do in their Walk To program. Randy Smith does it for 30 minutes. Tanana does it for 30 minutes, and Tanana has outstanding data days where the staff gets together and works on their data, moves their kids around, puts them in the right groups. They do a great job out there. Secondly, we have for secondary a secondary reading class that is just now got started for second semester. It is a class specifically for secondary students who are struggling in reading. That is something new to the district that we didn't have. We have a grant for that, and then we're going to have that. We have teachers that are taking PD from folks in T&L, and then they're going to be working with those kids every day. That's an actual class that they have. So we're super excited about that. And actually, we also hosted the very first annual Interior Secondary Literacy Conference about 3 weeks ago over at Pikes, where we had teachers from 5 or 6 different interior districts come in and work with our folks. So we're super happy about that.
So I was lucky enough to be at the Title I conference in Portland and got to see the Ryan staff present, and they were fantastic. And I saw other presentations, and I can tell you ours was fantastic. So on this slide, there we go. This is also data that you have seen before. This is the fall benchmark results for kindergarten, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grade. It's lagging. One of the things that is on the slide that you will eventually see is that the kindergarten test was deemed optional by DEED this fall. There was an awareness that perhaps kindergarten students who had had absolutely no exposure to school might not be prepared for a test first thing. And so many schools waited until the winter benchmark, the mid-year benchmark, to do the assessment. So that makes, in that particular area, our numbers are skewed a little bit because we have far more students that took the test at the winter than they did in the fall. Okay. This slide is a comparison of the fall and winter benchmark, where you can see the kindergarten at the top, then the, it's still not doing it, is it? Well, this makes us have great empathy for every teacher that has ever had this problem when presenting to a class. Our hearts go out to them. We know this is tough. I don't know if you're able to follow along on your screens, and maybe we'll just follow along there, okay? So if we're on the slide that says M-Class Fall Winter Benchmark Results, you'll see that we have a comparison capability to look at the fall and the winter benchmarks. And as you've seen on the slides before, red and yellow indicate below proficiency, and green and blue represent at or above reading proficiency levels, and we're happy to see growth in most areas. There is one area where it's a little awkward, and I'm going to explain that on the next slide. So it's important to note several things about this particular data comparison, some of which are obvious and some of which are confusing. Again, we talked about the kindergarten students that didn't necessarily take it in the fall. Well, the 3rd grade students that took it in the fall and were already proficient, they don't take it again in the winter. We don't retest third grade students who were proficient in the fall, we don't retest them in the winter. Some schools did, but most did not at our directions. And so we have 426 students who were basically missing from the data set because they were already either proficient or well above proficient. So on the next slide, this is a slide which is an image taken from the new segment on the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District data dashboard managed by Dr. Ellis Ott. He has reinstated the third grade students who were proficient and well above proficient in the fall, and he has added them back into the data set to help us visually see the real growth that our students are experiencing across our district. So that sort of corrects for that missing data set. So I would encourage you to go to this, visit the M-Class benchmark results page on our data dashboard. You'll see lots of good information about the growth that is happening at each grade level and at each school. And if I may quote Dr. Ott, he pointed out that 69% of our students have an average or above average growth between fall and winter, which is over the typical 60% growth. I'm not nearly the mathematician he is, but that seems like 9% growth to me, which makes me very proud. Back to Jane.
The next slide, M-Class benchmark results, and it has two names, Emma and Noah. These are fictional students in real situations. Emma, maybe some of you saw, is a cartoon girl that I used to last fall, went out to all the schools and talked to the teachers and talked to families and used Emma as what is a typical second grader, what's this going to look like for AK reads? And we kind of followed her along for the year. So here we are again, here's Emma, she's in second grade. And what I wanted to show here is the fact that you can see that Emma was in yellow during the fall benchmark, that's the little leaf. And then in the winter benchmark, she moved up and she went into the green level, which is awesome. That means that she graduated from the RAP. She doesn't need a RAP anymore. She'll still get services. She'll still go through walk to intervention. She'll still do all those things, but she doesn't need a RAP. But I also wanted to show below her is her friend Noah, who in the fall, you could see that he was kind of on the far end of that yellow, where the leaf is, and then he had a lot of growth and moved to the upper end where that snowflake is. So what happens is basically Noah still remains in that below section, but he made a tremendous amount of growth. So I wanted to kind of point out that that is a real possibility for many of our kids, is that they're making growth, but they're still within that same band level. And that happens to many of our kids. So on this example, Emma actually made less growth, but she got over that hump. And Noah made more growth. And I think that's also happening out in our schools too. And then if you look at the next slide, there's Emma again. And these are her benchmarks for M-Class. You can see that her composite score is 400. And what I wanted to kind of show here is that composite score for M-Class is made up of various little subtests that are called measures, and you can see what types of things. It's letter sounds, word reading, fluency, that there's lots of things that come up to this one composite score. And I wanted to kind of note that because that composite score determines whether she's above benchmark or below or well below, and that starts a conversation about everything else. And like whatever that composite is determines whether she has a RAP, or later on in the year, if we have to start talking about retention. So I wanted to make sure that everyone saw all the things that go into that M-Class composite score. Then if you look at the next slide where it says Reading Achievement Plan, I wanted to point out the fact that, and note the work that our teachers have been doing. These RAP plans, created in-house by our tech team, who a huge shout out to them because they did a tremendous job making those. We are the envy of, I think, the whole state because it's in Power School and nobody else has it in Power School because our folks built it. So 2,163 RAPs have been created. Our students are progress monitored every 2 to 4 weeks, depending on what their scores are. which means that we monitor their progress. Is the intervention working or not? And then our teachers do that, and then they take that data and put it back into Power School to say, here's what we're looking at so far. And from the beginning of the year, as of February 20th, we had over 31,000 data points. What that means is teachers have gone in since the beginning of the school year and done 31,000 inputs of data to keep track of how well their kids are growing or not growing. So they have that detailed information. That's a tremendous amount of work. I want to thank the teachers. They are doing a great job in a situation that is tough, and they've taken on some things that they know, and this is what we've heard. It's hard work, but it's the right work. We hear that quite a bit. It's hard work, but it's the right work, and they're doing a great job on it. I want to say thank you to them. They're doing an amazing job, and I just want to point that out within the RAP plan.
So Shane already mentioned it, but the Alaska Reads Act brings with it some very new and unique requirements that are new to everyone across the state. Schools are required to communicate frequently and provide updates to parents. We are a minimum of 10 times. We have to inform parents how their child is progressing in reading, especially if they're below or far below proficient. And we're also required to inform parents if their student is below or well below proficient of their right to consider the option to retain their student. So this is a parent's right that we have to inform them of. At the third grade, the Alaska Reads Act specifically requires third grade students who are well below proficient to repeat third grade unless the parent or guardian signs a non-promotion waiver and agrees to 20 hours of summer reading intervention. So again, the parent is the decider in all of this. We are their partner, and we're going to show them that whole composite score. We're going to show them other information and talk about their whole child and help them make an informed and wise decision for their child. So we will not be retaining any student whose parents do not want them retained. They are the final deciders on that. It's an option that they get to consider do once in a child's educational career. So they don't get to retain them in first grade and then retain them again in third grade. If they did it in first grade, that intervention has been done. But we had teachers and principals who were rightfully a little apprehensive of having that kind of conversation with parents. That might be uncomfortable, and we also knew that it might be uncomfortable for parents. So we wanted to create a guide for them. So believing in the power of information, especially when facing an important decision, such as the grade retention or advancement for a child, we partnered with parents and we partnered with the IDEA team to make sure that they had a scaffolded conversation tool to use with parents. Initially during parent-teacher conferences, that may have been one of the places where people saw this, but it could also happen alongside other meetings, as part of a student support team meeting. Perhaps the student has an IEP for speech and also has a RAP plan, and that maybe this would happen during that meeting. And again, this is a requirement for us to inform the parents of their right. At this particular point, we don't ask them to make any decision, but we do ask them if they have if they would like additional information, or if they already know what they want, or if they need somebody to follow up with them. So this tool was used by teachers, developed by teachers on the IDEA team. It was used by teachers. I prepared I did multiple Zoom meetings for teachers and principals and walked them through it several different times and explained how to use it. And I think that although it was a little awkward at first, I think people found it helpful, and I think it'll become more familiar and we can refine it in the future.
So that leads us to something else that the READS Act tells us that we need to do. Any third grader that is identified as well below proficient in the spring assessment must be retained unless the parents sign a waiver that say that they're going to have 20 hours of tutoring over the summer. That's reading tutoring. So that's how the READS Act is written. So it's our responsibility, and we are making sure that parents have the opportunity to have those 20 hours of tutoring. Right now, we have 293 third graders who scored well below on the winter MClass. We are planning right now, I don't think that this won't happen, but we're planning for that number or just about that number over the summer. I know that that number will shrink, but we're planning for it anyway. So what's happening is we will have 4 separate weeks of tutoring, and they're all the weeks of June because we have a grant that's going to pay for it right now, and the money has to be spent by June 30. So we have 4 full weeks in June, and families who fall under this can choose any one of those weeks. We'll have a site here in Fairbanks, we'll have a site in North Pole. We're in the process of finding teachers and hiring them for that work over the summer. Yep, and I think that's it. So we have those 20 hours that we're all set, and we can make that happen this summer. That is required by the READS Act. Another thing that we need to think about on the next slide is outside school tutoring. That's another thing that is that we have to do because of the READS Act, is that it requires districts to offer outside of school tutoring for all K-3 students. Remember, summer tutoring was just for 3rd graders. This is outside of school tutoring that is for K through 3rd grade students who are well below. Schools have been working on that already. Schools chose to either do face-to-face tutoring because they had teachers who were ready to do that work after school or before school. And we had some schools who chose to find an online solution, and we provided that online solution for them. That is funded by a 1-year grant. That money, of course, is running out on June 30th. That's the same grant that's paying for the other summer. So we have that happening right now, and about half the schools chose the face-to-face, about half of them chose that online tutoring. And the final thing is, that last slide is we do have still some tools that the parents can use at home. I just want to include that like we did last time.
And I'd just like to, again, thank Chain Beam and the IDEA team for the incredible body of work they have done since last year to set the district on a solid foundation for improving reading instruction, addressing student learning needs, and complying with both the letter and the intent of the Alaska READS Act. I think we have interpreted it to a greater benefit for our students because we are applying it K-5 and into the middle schools. I also thank the board for your continued support and commitment to this very important academic and life-changing foundational skill called reading.
Ms. Maple?
Thank you for all of that information. If SB 140 comes through with that additional READS Act money, I know that for a lot of this stuff, we've had to pull from other areas. So obviously that money would allow us to do the things we're already doing, but are there additional things that you would plan to be able to add using those funds?
So the priority for that would be first the outside of school tutoring that happens either before or after school, the 20-hour reading intervention that happens over the summer. Next priority would be additional supports that might be able to happen during the school day, and also supporting literacy nights. That's part of there's a requirement to educate parents and inform them about the Alaska READS Act, the science of reading, give them tools and resources. And so we had some very, very successful literacy nights, but the non-title schools really didn't have any financial resources to support that. So we had built in a small amount for that. So that would be our priority list for using what we estimate to be maybe about $1.1 million.
And we're building that structure. We'll have that to Dr. Minot on Friday.
Follow?
Yeah, I got to go to the literacy night at Pearl Creek with my daughter, and it was, that was, I guess, first quarter, second quarter. It was wonderful. We actually took home resources. She didn't feel, she was a participant. It wasn't shame. It was just an exciting, oh, you can do this with me. So I was really impressed by that.
That's great to hear. Thank you.
Ms. Marati?
Thanks, and thanks for that presentation. It reminded me of how grateful I am to be the recipient of so much information. I want to thank the administration as a whole for keeping us updated. Things about the district's implementation of the act, the results, the struggles that you're having. Ms. Maple and I were in Juneau, and we brought that to every single legislator. And every time they said they want targeted funding, we would provide the Alaska Reads Act back to them, and it was like a mind-blowing moment for all of us, because that's their targeted funding. And we had data, we had results, we had success, and we were able to say that if you want to continue, if you want to see us continue with this success through your targeted funding, you have to actually sustain it. And that's what we saw. And we're really grateful, because we couldn't have had that conversation without the information that you've been able to share with us. So thank you very much.
Thank you for using it in such a powerful way. Thank you.
Was that a hand, Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess.
Sorry. So you're funding current tutoring and intervention summer programs outside of school hour programs with the same grant for both the stuff that's happening now and will happen in the summer? Yeah, okay.
Correct.
And is that something that you think we're likely to be able to renew that grant?
That grant is a one-year grant that came from DEED, and then that is done.
Okay.
So what we are relying on is that $500 that's in the SB 140. If that doesn't go through, I do not know where, I don't know.
Okay, thank you. That's a great clarification.
If I may say, one of the things that we've done throughout this is we have built the entire Walk to Read intervention program without the expectation of funding, because it wasn't there. And so, again, incredible accolades go to our teachers and our principals and everybody in the schools that has made this thing work, because it's the right work to do, but it's very difficult. If we had some of that funding that might come through, we could help schools do this even better. Principals are doing groups, librarians are doing groups, PE teachers are doing groups, and when somebody's absent, we don't have anybody to fill for them. So we would love to have some of that money be able to support the efforts that's already going on.
Ms. Maple.
I just was going to piggyback off what Ms. Marati said about talking about this in the legislators' offices, and it was like a very successful conversation in every office, but one of the things that we got a lot of additional positive feedback on is that we saw improvements in scores K through 12, that we weren't stopping at third, even though that was the mandate, and that was really well appreciated and received in those offices. So, yeah, thank you.
Ms. Marati.
Okay, one more thing about that. It was so powerful. Great word. Representative Kronk. So a lot of times went into the office and we'd explain to them that, DEED came in, looked at our program, how we were implementing it as a district, and commented that they wanted smaller intervention classes. And we said, yep, we agree. And that was always also really like eye-opening for each legislator, particularly Representative Kronk, who then responded, well, how much would it cost? What's the increase needed to provide all of the teachers needed for the smaller class sizes? And so we'll get right back to you. So I'm not sure if that got filtered down, but he's waiting for that number.
I'll put myself in the queue from kind of bouncing off all of that. Mr. Burgess and I went to Denali, and Ms. Zabril there does an amazing job. And she really said the reason they're able to do what they do is because they're a Title I school. So to that answer, if you want to know how much it costs, you need to fund every one of our schools like they're a Title I school, so we can afford, she uses her Title I funding to pay for tutors, to reduce class sizes, or reduce those grouping sizes and support. And even then, there's not enough. I know they're stressed extremely thin and have done a lot of like proactive problem solving with the resources they have. But that's the answer. Fund us like every school's a Title I school. Then we could maybe meet this mandate, and not just in our K-3, across the board. I do have a question for you. The slide that says tools for parents at home, where would parents access those tools?
All of those should be on their students' front desktop when they log on to their device. Is that they should be on there. Smarty Answer's on there. iReady's on there. I think Publigo is on there. Interreading, I know that's on there. So they are apps that are on their devices. They just click on them and then they're ready to go.
So, and this is probably very unique to me, in charter schools that do not use technology or one-to-one, where would those parents find these resources?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get back to you because I'm not positive how they would go about it without a divorce. Go on that K-12 website, look for the class link, click on that, and that'll take you to the dashboard. Thank you. Unknown woman, thank you very much for helping out.
Shannon Faison to the rescue.
Thank you so much. Are there any other questions from the board? Seeing none, we so appreciate you taking the time to update us on this information and our community.
Thank you.
Can I make one?
Oh, Mr. Burgess.
Just wanted to say stellar work. Thank you for this presentation and for all the information, but also recognizing that the teachers are doing all this amazing work too. So I really appreciate the way that you've presented this.
Thank you.
Maybe we could forward it to Dunleavy.
The next item on our agenda, because we reordered, or we didn't reorder, we planned the agenda this way. We are going to go to board member and superintendent closing comments. And then after that, just so the public is aware, there's not a big reason to stick around. We will go into executive session to discuss negotiation updates for our principal association that is currently in bargaining. And then we'll figure out consensus from the board if we're going to do our informal mid-year evaluation or if we will pause that for another executive session in the future. So with that being said, we're going to go to board member comments. Is there someone who feels ready? Ms. Maple.
At the past few meetings, I've had other things that have gotten in the way of older things I wanted to share. It's been a while now, but I got to go out to Salcha Elementary and meet with Mr. Hoy, the principal out there. I don't even know when it was, before Christmas, I think. And I had a phenomenal visit. And I was reflecting on it now because I didn't get to share that for so long, and was thinking about some of the notable experiences I had when I was out there. And the thing that came to me was that when I was there, and then also when I went and met with Mr. Snow at Effie Cochran, I met the custodians that we've been talking about, custodial staff and how they interact with the schools. And at both of those schools, at Salcha, the custodian made me a sign welcoming me. At Effie Cochran, the custodian came in and was helping diffuse a conflict between volleyball versus basketball and who got gym time, and was working with Mr. Snow to figure out how to de-escalate this situation in creative ways. And so both schools, it was phenomenal to get to visit both schools. I had never visited either before. I'd never seen either before. And I got to see lots of little pieces of how those small schools run. And it is not lost on me that at both I got to meet and interact with the custodian doing jobs that are not in their job descriptions. I also wanted to share that last week when there was the March to Lathrop, I was, before I started my current job, when I first moved up to Alaska, I opened an in-home daycare in my house to watch my nieces, and that expanded into a pretty hefty operation. And when we were in the Lathrop Library and the group came in, multiple of my kids that I had from when they were infants in my daycare walked in holding signs, pleading with us to protect their schools. And that was incredibly powerful for me. I mean, everybody had kids involved in this. It's not just me, but seeing that evolution, and not just of my own kids who have their own feelings about these things. I just am so impressed by our community. And I know that we've got a lot of hard decisions ahead of us. But I just want everybody to know that we are listening to everything, and we won't be able to make everybody happy, but we are listening to everything, and we are seeing the the effort that everyone is putting in, including our littlest community members that are so proud of their schools and their teachers and their homes and their neighborhoods. And last, I really hoped Ms. Hardy shared about the Up with Art program, and I had high hopes of getting something in the agenda, and I didn't pull off talking to Fairbanks Arts Association in time. But I got to judge the art show. I'd never gotten the opportunity to do that before, and I got to judge the K through 5. My category was imagination, and I just wanted to share, because I can't do it with them here, I just wanted to take the opportunity to share the pieces of art I selected. Is that okay? Yeah? Okay. So my topic was imagination, and so I went with, it was, what surprising things did this make you think of? You know, there were some prompts, and what I took from all the prompts was which pieces, elicited the feeling of surprise in me. And so the 5 pieces that I got to give awards to were Happiness with Grandma by 4th grader Lincoln Alberg. And it was canvas, clay, acrylic paint, watercolor, and paint markers. And it was an incredible display of mixed media for a 4th grader. I got to award Frog Guy by Samson Dobrovolny. It was ceramic and acrylic. He's a 3rd grader. I got to award Carrot by Molly Miller, who's a kindergartner, and it was acrylic paint and glitter on a canvas, and it looked like a blue and yellow glittery sun and had her name, and it was called Carrot, which I loved so much. And I got to give an award to 2nd grader Adelaide Butcher for Christmas Chicken, which was a knit tiny stuffed animal that was called Christmas Chicken. And my last one was to 3rd grader Ernest Barry Ochoa, and it was mixed media, and it was a hand puppet musician, but it featured a hand puppet that was playing the accordion, but also eating cookies. And it just was they just were all so magnificent. And it was really hard to choose 5, but I didn't get to go to the award ceremony. So if any of you know any of the kids I got to say, I hope that they know that I was really excited to share their awards here tonight. And sorry, I don't know everybody else that got awards, but those are the 5 I got. So thank you.
And we're going to go to Miss Burnett online.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, perfect. First, I want to thank the board and all the admin for being patient with me with my absences. This bug is not cool. It is not nice. So thank you guys. Second, I would like to thank Tickasick Brown and Pearl Creek for the visits last week. I had a great time at both. And it was really awesome to see the outdoor area at Pearl Creek. I'll admit I've not been out there. I just really liked it. Their hockey rink, just so cool. So thank you both schools for allowing me to come out and visit. 2 Rivers, I do apologize. I will reschedule. To Miss Sanderson, we absolutely love you, and we can't wait to welcome you back. And please take all the time you need. To our administration, you are all absolutely amazing and patient. And I just wanted to thank you for that. And I wanted to thank you for your absolute just grace with everything going on right now. I know that a lot of attacks are coming in all fronts. And so just thank you for just being cool and amazing through all of this and helping guide us through this budget process that is absolutely crazy. I keep reminding myself, I also, once upon a time, sat in a public sea of confusion and anger. But now, sitting here, I understand. And then I want to thank everybody also for the transparency. It has been absolutely tenfold compared to years in the past. This funding, this money, the budget that we have, we have bills to pay, teachers to pay, tutors to pay, unfunded mandates to take care of. And it is absolutely just a very, very sensitive time. And listening to testimony, reading emails, and being on this board during this budget process has been no easy feat. It's been difficult, and as difficult as it may be, and as emotionally charged things may get, I do believe that school closures make sense for the fiscal responsibility of our district. This conversation does not go away. This conversation will happen again, year after year, if we don't do something now to get control of it. And I know that there's people out there that don't like this phrase, but it has been said, and I'm going to say it. Kicking the bucket down the road is not the way. This is not the way. We do need to prioritize the financial stability over sentimentality in our district. We need to make the hard choices that are in the best long-term interest of our community's educational goals. And I do believe that that is amazing student outcomes that can come from a little bit of fiscal responsibility. And I just want to thank the board for their listening ear, for their patience as well with the public, and for being somebody who the public has elected to do the right things and to do the hard things, even though sometimes it might be very emotional to do. So thank you, board. Thank you, admin. And that ends my comments for tonight.
Mr. Burgess.
Thanks. So I have been a little busy lately. I've been trying to get out to as many schools as I can. And that's required, taking some leave from work or just leaving work. Don't tell my boss. And but it's been great to get out to schools and see them. I last week was able to go to North Pole High School, like I mentioned earlier. After the visit with the Amped on Algebra class, I stuck around for a tour of the school with Principal Spillane. And I was incredibly impressed by that school. The CTE wing is amazing. I got to go and visit the JROTC classroom, and really got a sense that they have a strong community there, and they have a strong relationship with Ben Eielson, JROTC as well. And then, I got to see some of the classroom spaces as well, including the science labs. And there's not a lot of space in some of those classrooms. It's really a concern for increasing PTR. But amazing things the teachers are doing there and the staff. And I really appreciated the tour of the school. After that, jumped right over to North Pole Middle and then North Pole Elementary and got to tour those schools as well. And again, just really grateful for that opportunity. So thank you to Mr. Harrelson and Ms. Kang for showing me around. Those are the principals of those schools. Thursday last week, I got to go to Dr. Seuss night at Tickasick Brown, invited by Principal Kathy Push. It was really cool, a lot of fun. Over 300 people attended. Clearly a very important night, family night for that school. Had some great crafts and photo ops with the Grinch, who, I probably would have gone with Horton or something like that, but, I guess maybe it was after his heart swelled a few sizes. And then, at the end of the night, they had a story time in the library that was also just a real blast. It was great to see the kids just so interested in reading and so engaged. And I had some great conversations while I was there with staff and with parents that are concerned about potential school closures. I'll be visiting that Tickasick again tomorrow for a tour of the school while classes are in session, and I'm really looking forward to that. So thank you, Ms. Push. Yesterday, Dr. Meinert and I were able to visit, that was just yesterday, right? Yeah, just visit Two Rivers. And we got there in the morning for their morning meeting. It's a whole school meeting. It was a lot of fun, and I gotta say, what a great way to start the school day. So Principal Wild, way to go. And then right after their morning meeting, we went into I Did a Read, and Dr. Meinert and I each had a chance to read with students I got to read to students, and then I was also read to by a student. It just really, it's been a while since a first grader has read to me. And it just reminded me of how amazing it is when kids are learning these things. Just watching them grow, watching this kid, sound out these words, figure them out. He's, incredibly good at decoding. And then sometimes he needed help, but once he got that help, he knew that word after that. I'm sure it might come and go, but just really impressive, and fun. Just fun to read with kids. So thank you for that opportunity. And also, they have an awesome library there. I often find that the library is my favorite room in any school, but Dixie Browns has Two Rivers has this loft in their library that's a really neat space, and a three-dimensional mural on their wall with Alaskan animals. They look like they're nice and soft, so they're not going to hurt anybody if it falls off the wall. But just a great visit. And I want to say that it's really the definition of a community school. We have staff and parent volunteers and the principal, all who live in that community together. And it really, touched me as a centerpiece of their community out there. And so, the rest of this, if you were listening last night, I'm going to be a little repetitive, but I do want to address, someone, a member of the public said in their testimony today that it's not our job as board members to be kind. And I guess, in a way that's true. The job involves making hard decisions. Sometimes it might be unpopular decisions. But really what we are here to do and what we were elected to do is not to be kind, it's not to be cruel, it's not to close schools, it's not to think about paper and numbers, it's to represent the community. The best interests of the school district and the community are what we need to have in mind. And doing that, I would argue, requires some amount of empathy and understanding, and I would say, yes, kindness as well. As I said in my closing comments last night, we are one big Fairbanks North Star Borough community. We do have smaller communities within our borough. Each of these is important in its own way, but we are a whole community. And we are all equally invested in the community and in the education that takes place in this district. So I want to note that, I think our future isn't looking great funding-wise, right? Even with the BSA increase of 680 that we might get from HB 140, we'll still have a significant deficit going into next year. And it may be the case that we will still have to consider school closures and consolidations, even if we don't end up doing that this year. And it's going to be hard. It really is. And that's why I appreciate this community coming together. I am impressed with how many people are speaking up for everybody's school, for everybody's education, not trying to weigh one school against another. Because there is no best school in this district. They are all incredible schools. We have incredible staff in those schools, and we have great parents and volunteers and students. So it's going to be hard to have these conversations. We may have to restructure our district, but we can do it together. We can do it with a long-term perspective. And I believe that we can stand strong together, both to push back against this funding crisis that we're in by advocating to the state and the borough, but also we can find ways to turn this situation into an opportunity to build back better and to really deliver a stellar education for all of our students, make this a vibrant community that we all know it is. And that's all I got.
Ms. Marati.
Thanks. First, I just want to remind everybody that if you would like to help encourage the state and our local assembly to adequately fund public education, you can email the governor and legislators at gov.alllegislators@alaska.gov, and you can email the full assembly at assembly.fnsb.gov. And I hope to see many families at the Board Budget Community Forum at North Pole High School Library next Monday, March 11th from 6 to 8 p.m. Last time at Lathrop Library was a hoot, and I learned a lot from everybody that I listened to, so I hope to do that again. I want to say a huge thank you to the students in the Falcon Choir from University Park School and the All City Honor Choir and all the adults and families that support them for performing tonight. I carried the lyrics that they sang with me all night. They were, "May there be peace in your heart, in your home, in your land, and in your world." A big congratulations to the Lathrop High School Academic Decathlon team. They won the Alaska State competition, I think it was last week. I think all the days are a blur, but I think it was last week, and we'll be representing Alaska at the Academic Decathlon National Competition. Also, big thanks to Coach Benshoff and all the teams that competed and the coaches and families that supported our students. And lastly, I want to share my condolences with the Weller families impacted by the tragic accident that happened last night. If there is anything that our greater community can do to wrap around these families at this time, please reach out, let me know. My thoughts and my heart are with them. Thanks.
Mine will be brief, and I'm going to preface this that while it references something another board member said, it is not in any way a criticism of what they said. I believe that there is a lot of truth in what they spoke. We as a board are and have been fiscally responsible with the money we have been given. We do not disagree that we have to make really tough choices this budget season, but it's not due to fiscal irresponsibility, but rather the state's abdication of their constitutionally mandated responsibility to fund our public schools. The blame for some of our schools possibly closing lies squarely with the people elected and getting paid with a 26% raise just voted in last year to make funding decisions in Juneau. I will make hard decisions that I have to make considering all the information I have been presented with and in the best interest of the students of our district. And I, like every other board member, will own those decisions, and they break our hearts. But we didn't get here because we were fiscally irresponsible. I left us with a quote our last meeting, and I'm going to do the same. It's one that's been carrying me through this week. It's from John Stewart. The work of making this world resemble one that you would prefer to live in is a lunch pail job, day in and day out, where thousands of committed, anonymous, smart, and dedicated people bang on closed doors and pick up those that are fallen and grind away on issues till they get a positive result, and even then have to stay on to make sure that result holds. That is what our community is engaged in right now. I am so grateful to our community who has shown up night after night, hours and hours worth of testimony, showing how much you love our schools, showing that it is incorrect to say our schools are failing. They absolutely are not, but they are starving for funding. And I am so grateful that our community is with us in this effort to make the best decisions with the funding we have and not let Juneau off the hook to meet their constitutional mandate and fund our schools. That closes our board member comments, but it does not end our meeting, unfortunately. And once again, my thing keeps reloading and I use my agenda on my computer. So now we are going to move into an executive session. May I please have a motion?
Move to convene into executive session with administration and negotiating team for an update and provide direction to the bargaining team. Matters the immediate knowledge of could have an adverse effect on the finances of the district.
Second.
Okay. Are we ready? No? Yeah? Move to come out of executive session?
Second?
We are now out of executive session. For the listening public, if anyone is still on, no action was taken in executive session. And I need better scripts. There was no action taken. And we will not be going into our second noticed executive session due to it being almost 11:30. And we will do that at a future date. With that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
We are adjourned.